What is this? Okay, good. It looks like I just milked nothing. I should probably not do that in town. Just like jack off in the town square. Hey, how's it going? Whoa, whoa! What the fuck is this? Got him! I've just been drifting around, being led by circumstances. No, that's not right. In Ave, you helped Bart when he needed it. I can't keep a fucking straight face, this awful writing. Drifting, kind of like me. Holy shit. Oh no! Oh, we're not quite dead yet. Don't worry though, I have a telescope equipped. The sprite tells me it's a lady, but the face tells me it's a man. Do that Dr. Girlfriend voice. Yesterday my stove caught on fire. I thought the whole house was gonna burn down. You there, ugly kid. Every kid is ugly.
What? These aren't special in any way. There goes the potion! Oh!
It's a perfect fit. Oh! Ooh! Well, that's gonna be a problem. 24 people have died. We might not finish the campaign now. Oops. I never equipped the chainsaw. I never equipped the chainsaw! Oh my god. I didn't stab that man with a chainsaw. I just made chainsaw noises as I hit him with an axe. Holy fuck, I'm an idiot. Oh, he'll have the key for sure. Police! Nobody move! Like I kicked his knee bone or something.
Are you blind? What in God's... I mean, better luck next time.
Armor broken, what the fuck? Just kicked that boar and my clothes exploded. Arcanum.
Damn it. Stop. You totally fucked it up.
Well, you fucked me, dog. We're not getting in now. You blew it, old man. Holy shit, you blew it. Wow, and it's just his face. Oh. No! I can't take you seriously when your planet's called Choco. Welcome to Choco, keep your nose clean. Is your planet named after candy?
Spell shit in hindsight. That went pretty good. The hell is this? It says the sacrifice of fire is the gate to ruin. Place torch if you crave the void. Okay.
Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold.
I fucked that up. A whole bunch.
There we go. Forgot to turn the sound on for Dwarf Fortress. Welcome back to NFL. We didn't get any migrants last time, which worries me, but there's a little bit more DF hacking we can do. Two things. Is one, I was looking up other things that can stop your migration wave. And apparently, even though we killed off all those snake people, which was maybe hitting a population cap, it stopped the caravans. But another one apparently is the list of dead things can get too large, and that can cause problems. And that has 3,000 dead serpentmen on it, so that's a problem. But there's a DF hack command to prune this list, so only dwarves are on it. And that might help. I forget what the command is. It's fix dead units. Dash units. If so many units have died at your fort that your dead units list exceeds about 3,000, migrant waves can stop coming. This fix removes uninteresting units like slaughtered animals and nameless goblins and serpentmen from the units list, allowing migrants to start coming again. Fire away. Units removed from the dead list, 5,187. So a little over 3,000, yes. And there's another one. Fix. No, there's one where we can tell the homeland that our population cap has changed. And I forget what it's called. I would also like to comment on the fact that someone mentioned in the comments last time that there is a command called like Migrants Now, which forces a migrant wave to appear. And I did run that as a test, and it did cause migrants to appear, but I'm not sure if it just forces a wave no matter what. So we'll have to find out the next natural month to see if migrants actually arrive. But I can fire the Migrants Now command to get like 7 dwarves. Where is it? It's something population. It's like PopCat or something. Okay. Where are you? There's Migrants Now, by the way, but we can also do, I suppose we could click on a dwarf and go remove stress if we really wanted to salvage these 5 guys, but that's a little too much. I feel most of the commands we've been doing have just been to, like, stop the fortress from imploding to like, engine limitations and stuff, and, like, you know, I've done huge jump jobs of, like, 1,000 rocks, but that's kind of boring to just watch dwarves haul rocks for a year, so I'm okay with those, but, you know, ones like purging their stress is a little too much. Fix/population cap. I think you're right. Some of them, you know, it might be... Oh, there it is. See? It didn't show up until I fully typed it. Thank you, though. Run this after every migrant wave to ensure your population cap is not exceeded. The reason this tool is needed is that the game only updates the records of your current population when a caravan successfully leaves for the mountain homes. And they left in the autumn, and they would have gone home and said there's too many dead snake men. Hi there. This tool ensures the population value always reflects the current population of your fort. Shit. The fixed population cap script has not been validated. That might be why it doesn't autocomplete. All right, so we're going to hold off on this one because we can just wait a year until the merchants arrive. So we might get migrants. I can't remember if we stop before the spring migrant wave. There's a chance we'll get summer migrants, and then otherwise we'll have to wait for the autumn caravan, and then we can tell him that we dealt with population issues. But the important thing is we got rid of those dead snake men. Things I'm interested in working on today, let's unpause it, is I want to finish this trap hallway off, because I would like to move the barracks down here and get this turned into a bridge. And then what to do with the upstairs barracks. I said we were going to make it like for the Royal Guard, but we could also maybe expand this into like a rich people part of the town. Because beyond wacky engineering projects, please don't eat this corpse, let's just dump him. He might start to stink up this. I don't know. Oh, he dehydrated in the middle of a tantrum, I think. But yeah, as far as like growth and economy of the fortress goes, I think all that's left is to become a mountain home. No, sorry, we're a county and we can become a duchy after this. Still weird that we haven't gotten any new nobles, but... Plenty of wood here, remember? We could start... Let me make sure that we're actually making that pig iron. Oh, that's what it was. We didn't make a work order to make charcoal, because we need charcoal to make pig iron. That's why that stalled out, didn't it? So let's make sure... What do we got here? We've got our food orders, which we have to be careful with, because we probably don't need 2,000 food and 2,000 drink for a fortress of 50, because remember a thing that from last time is apparently just too many objects in general in the fucking fort is bad for your performance. So you should try to make a just-in-time economy, which, on my next fort, which I want to make an above-ground fort, is that something we can try to focus on, but Edithel just keeps clinging on for dear life, sort of like we cling on to the edge of the volcano that we call our home. Anyways, food work orders, we'll keep those. Booze work order, we'll keep that. Crutches and splints for the hospital, those are like pretty much permanently on hold because we are not in danger. We have too many bronze, so we'll put those off to the side. Make cloth, and then make cloth clothes. I like this. This is for making scrolls for the library. It's actually a lot of jobs. You have to make the plant slurry, and then make the slurry a sheet, and then make the roller, and then roll the sheet with the rollers. Sand for the discs. We need this for our defense, so that'll stay online forever. Make pig iron bars. And then we have cloth tunics because people are either refusing to wear vests or they think they're naked in a vest, which is fair. It's not made from real gorilla chest. But now I need a work order for... My brain turned off while I was ranting there. Charcoal. Not CX charcoal. Charcoal. Make charcoal 10. If we have less than 10. Check that every day, please. And then we actually don't have a wood furnace. Where are you? There you are. We dug you out last time because I'm smart. Furnace is wood furnace. There we go. Now we'll get our pig iron up and going, and then we can start to make some steel. If we ever get migrants, we can... what is this? Clothing. Okay. If we ever start to get migrants, it'll be nice to have a good steel army. I think I've made steel before in one of my other forts, maybe not. Normally my forts don't last this long either because of my own incompetence or werebeasts. Angry having tunics but not robes. Yeah, because it's this. Or is it outer? We were looking at this last time, I think. Yeah, layer. So they need under. See, a vest and robe are overclothes. I think they have to be wearing full underclothes if they think they're naked. So dress, shirt, and tunic should count as their clothing. And then things like togas and vests and robes and coats are considered like cloth armor. So I'm hoping the tunics address that problem. Yeah, we're only a couple minutes in, Justin. We're like under 10 minutes in. You know what I'm going to do, actually? I'm going to update these food work orders. Because I'm just going to let our food and drink sort of piss away until we manage like a more reasonable stock. I'm going to say 300. 300 of each. Sorry, except this one. You always cook the meat. Always cook the meat, but then this one is... wait a second, unrotten prepared meals less than 500. You must have just never been doing this one. 200. And then we have the backup ones, like they don't cook all the booze, and they don't cook all the mushrooms, and they don't cook all the seeds. But if we have more than 300 food, we don't do anything. And if we have more than 300 booze, we don't do anything. So that should help this whittle down. That'll free up like over 1,000 items on the map. And then we have a pretty tight supply of clothes. And this might be a problem, actually. This could be a problem with if they're damaged, but hopefully the clothing refuse stockpile addresses that, but it might not. The clothing should get thrown away here once it gets too shitty. That'll be a hard problem to correct this late in the fortress. I didn't really plan for that in the infrastructure. We're not dealing with a caravan for a little bit, so I'll seal that off. I don't like people using that as a shortcut to the tavern. That's just for trading. No trader needed at depot. Because one thing I'll comment on is the caravan arrived, but I'm pretty sure the outpost liaison didn't come. Or at least my mayor was too busy to talk to him or something. Oh no, maybe he won't talk to the mayor. Maybe he only talks to the baron and the baron's dead. No, that doesn't make any sense, because he showed up at some point and made us a county. Huh. I swore last year, 268, we didn't talk to the outpost liaison, so that's a little worrying. Those sheep are giving birth to things, that's good. Did I kill these pigs off? I didn't. Roman hens. This is somebody's pet peahen. Can't do... Oh, that's somebody's pet pig. That's why he's still around. I don't care about puppies, though. Let's continue work on these weapon traps. Another 48 discs. We make these really fucking quick. And I think the trap for sure has a chance to jam, and then we have to go turn it back on, but I can't remember if the weapons inside can break. I think they can, so that's why we have that big job for 30 outstanding. Traps, weapon trap. Oh, use closest material, I see. Keep building after this. There you go. Whoops. Not enough. I see a few other things that we just don't need. So let's get those flagged for dumping. I won't auto-dump these. My dwarves can actually work for once. An elf nail amulet. That's kind of weird. Okay, one of the goblin dancers brought it with them. That sounds like something a goblin would do. Yeah, I killed this dude and I made his thumb into a necklace. Good for opening cans of beer. Traps, not anvils. I wish I could see which ones are installed. That's the one thing I like about the stocks menu. Someone's wearing it? No, it's in the trade depot. Oh, Christ, I forgot about that too. Fucking merchants, I can see their things in the stocks menu. Alright, let's hold off on dumping things. I don't want to accidentally get in trouble throwing our shit away. Would also explain why it's a bunch of wood arrows. Okay, there you go. You learn something new every day. A lot of people visiting. The mushrooms came back in a pretty decent amount of time. Triple decker. I like it. Yeah, I guess I could just go through my stockpiles. Because my fortress is pretty organized these days. I will auto-dump the shields. Because there's a bunch of stuff from the Serpent Men still kicking around. And the, should be a weapon. The elves shouldn't have any shields, so that will be easy enough to go through. Crendel short sword, I think I made that. Groan. Crossbows we can dump. Picks. I have too many picks. You can probably get away with ditching those. A grown wooden sword. I don't know who the fuck you think that's going to work on. Oh, shield's an armor? I thought a shield was a weapon because you can fight with it, but I guess it's armor. Isn't it? Am I crazy? Is shields its own category? It is. There's 368 on the map. Oops. Now, we wear shields and bucklers, but not metal shields, so this will be easy enough to go through and trash everything. Anything with the flame on it, basically. Toggle the lock, just in case there's some locked ones hiding. There's a tiny chance that some of my dwarves are using confiscated metal shields, so they're going to get mad once I auto-dump them all, but... slabs. Yeah, we're just looking for things that are going to get removed. That I should probably haul myself. 100 pots. Might be at 200 pots, frankly. It's like we have all these corkscrews I'd love to dump because I think there's too many, but these are probably hiding inside of some of my screw pumps. Alright. That should be enough to auto now. I have to turn on the cursor again. I normally turn it off because it's a little distracting and I'm used to the Detroit. Man, I'm gonna spell it soon. I'll spell it properly any second now. D-story, not quite. There we go. Oh, fuck off. Auto-dumb. I'm auto-dumb, that's for sure. There, 738 items called off the map. Is that another dancing? Eli Lark Beach. That'll be tricky. Others? A lot of fucking Crundles cruising around in the underworld. Where are you? You're not a citizen. You are. Elf poet. An elf citizen? Sure, why not? People like to meme about hating elves, but I'm not overly opposed to them, at least in this world, Jen. I don't think we really have any engineering projects right now outside this entrance. Because, yeah, this becomes a drawbridge, and then this just wacky fun hallway of spinning saw blades should deter any serpent men that get in. The barracks needs to be built, that's about it. I suppose I could make a place to put all the cages, because I haven't quite figured out how to strip people of their clothes and, you know, kill them while they're in a cage, so... A zoo to taunt my enemies could be handy. Maybe up here by the warehouse, just a big Indiana Jones warehouse of captured people. Guy drops one off in a wheelbarrow. Camera zooms out. So big. We can just continue to expand it down quite a bit, but I think this starting one is enough. I'd love for that to be a steel door, because it's a prison. Why are there two hallways to the tower? We speculated that this one was causing bad performance from pathfinding because they have to walk down a narrow hallway. Turns out it really didn't impact the performance too much, so it's just they don't trip over each other if they go from the library to the tavern, but this hallway probably doesn't need to exist in the end. Really, I would have done some things differently about this, like the giant grate drawbridge. We don't really use that as part of our defense. So this could have been a 2-wide hallway. So one problem with my fort design, my approach, is I overplan at the beginning and then I don't really leave any room for improvisation later on. Okay, the elves have left. A human chemist. Make some dwarven meth for me. What are you? I hope you're okay. You're hauling some diorite because you are very melancholy otherwise at that speed. Do we really need rocks? I mean, there's a fair bit of diorite there. And the charcoal blocks get hauled all the way to the forge, which is good because they just take it upstairs. I hope. I don't think a stockpile could go over the stairs, but neat. And then we need another work order for the actual steel. Yeah, I do have some... They prefer not to go down this way because of the traffic violation stuff. Which might actually be causing problems, so now I'm going to erase it. I'm not sure what normal speed is, though. I forget how to erase. It shouldn't be eraser. Default state. We're down to 20 FPS. I feel that there's something a little off about this fortress for how big it is. But I'm sure one of the things was digging too deep into the caverns. We technically have line of sight like all the way down to the bottom of the map, because we cracked open all the caverns, even though we locked that hatch, and that locked hatch might be the problem. I don't know who doesn't return the scrolls, and I'm very upset at them. Written on the item is a manual entitled The Truth About Gears. Oh, I remember that one. He explains why gears are great. But they don't return things in the fucking library. This is a bunch of, this is for trading. Who'd you fuck with? This is a King's Ransom and Bill and Crass, and they just drop it on the fucking... goddamn savages. Dwarf Peddler, Death Corpse, a lot of dead people. I feel it's the same dead people. I think I get a lot of repeat customers at the Helm and Nuts. Soon our sheep flock should be gigantic. It's a real bummer that the fucking mud never went away. That place looks like a shithole. But they can eat, and you know what? I wonder if I can build tilled soil and then destroy the tilled soil. If that would make it look nicer. Let's try that. Just in a little area. Because if I'm wrong, I might actually be removing the mud permanently as far as grazing is concerned. New farm plot like right here. No mud or soil by farm for what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, never mind. I always forget about that. If you have it build again, it says you can't build because there's a under construction farm in the way. And remember, these guys take forever because each saw blade needs to get delivered one by one. And they're not that heavy, it's just not exactly. It's on the other side of the fortress because they have to go all the way to the forge. People might disagree, but I think something I learned with this fortress, among other things, is not to be too concerned about travel efficiency and making a compact fort. Kind of like how I like how meandering the fortress became, and that would give you more room to improvise, too, if it's not just wall-to-wall. Like, the first fortress we did on Premium was very compact, so it was difficult to jam in new workshops. I also think next time I'm really gonna go out of my way for a coffin graveyard because the slabs was just I love doing it, but it is a real pain in the ass. I wanted before we improvised more. Yeah, I think an above ground fort might be a little hard to improvise, but we'll try. Because you want to get it walled in pretty quick. So I feel an above ground fort is a lot more of a planned community, but I think I can improvise a little bit if we just try not to be too rigid. But we learned about screw pumps on this one. We learned about using grates as booby traps. We got good at constructing walls and structures, which I kind of did on purpose to prepare us for an above ground fortress. We have these sweet. I just really like thematically. I really enjoy the obsidian borders around my forest because we've leveraged the power of the volcano. So just if it's part of Edithel's domain, it is walled in by obsidian. Except I think maybe the pasture, ironically. Nope, all obsidian. Good work, my brain, when I did this. We could even expand it over here. That's actually really nice. If we can scoop this up as part of the domain. There's some trees here. This goes off the map though, so we can't wall that off. Well, sorry, we have to wall that off. We can't just make this part of our domain because a forgotten beast could stroll right on in through that. It's a shame that caravans won't come in through here. That'd be really neat. They might though. They might because they might not just because they can't path to my depot from here. But I think there has to be an actual pre-built highway for dwarves to spawn in the cavern like that. Is this built? It's built. So let's see if that becomes regular fungus underneath, because that'll be one way to gussy this place up, is basically just make it a giant farm and then deconstruct it. And it should transform into something more fungus looking. I'm sorry, we just thinking about not being able to use a hammer? Weird sheep. Looks like someone's having a tantrum in the tavern. Yep, planter. That's probably not going to stop until he's dead. Oh well. But yeah, the next fortress, it's above ground. It's gonna have, well, sorry, above ground doesn't mean it's purely above ground. We can have like mining pits and, you know, the warehouses can be underground and stuff. We're allowed to dig down because we'll need rock and what a fucking mess. Only rock and ore. There's a lot of things underground that are useful, but a lot of our infrastructure and our buildings and workshops, we'll try to keep those above ground. And yeah, we want coffins. And yeah, that should be fun. We'll dodge a lot of forgotten beasts by living. I'll probably go out of my way not to tap the caverns on that one, because I really think the cavern contributed to the low FPS on this fort. And this was a fun cavern fort, so it'll be kind of nice to do a not cavern fort. Dwarven child withdraws. Sand set. You know what? Just because we're not getting migrants, we're just going to have to... I am more than okay with just slowly granting citizenships to just performers and forcing them to join the labor force. Make sure that kid has already left, so that means all the things they need are available. Probably go for nicer bedrooms, because if you've been watching all my Dwarf Fortress streams, I almost always give them the 3-tile coffin. If we're building like actual above ground structures out of different materials too, that'd be fun. We could have something very evil too, like important dwarves live above ground and houses built out of their favorite materials, and everybody else just lives in these cramped caverns in the Undercity. Dwarf Fortress, Necromunda. Kind of wishing that the library would pop off a little more, but... Oh, no, yeah, some of these bookshelves are filling up. That's nice. Someone tipped one over and I never put it back. The one thing that's a bummer is I can never really account for these, like the hospital and the library just needing a chest. Hope someone gets around to that. You know, for how long I've had that tavern, I'm amazed that was our first bar fight. And that was really just a guy who had a tantrum and everyone was there. Now, did he live? Huh. He didn't go to the hospital. And nobody's found his corpse yet. He's begun a mysterious construction. Perfect. Man, my miners just are not around lately. I think I maybe drafted them. Not constant. But I do need you to actually practice a bit if we ever get into danger. Yeah, I'm torn. Like, part of me is excited to do this above ground fortress, but then I still want to see this play out. A dog bone buckler. Woof. Because, you know, I don't really want to walk away from NFL like we did with our last fortress, which was relatively peaceful. So I think at the very least, I have to crack open the bottom of the map. Because I've never actually done that before in my years of playing Dwarf Fortress on and off. I've never opened the circus. Edithel is not prepared to fight the circus in any fucking way, but... One thing I don't like about this fort is it's got way too much fucking diorite in it. Oh no. Oh, that's just the humans. I thought it was maybe the guy from the bar fight finally dropped dead. Oh, which reminds me, I should look him up. Because I think he's missing several teeth. Human caravan has arrived. We're gonna give them some food. I'll save the crafts for the dwarves, but we'll try to give them a fair bit of food to get our stocks lowered. Okay, yeah, human caravan, and then who was that? He was a planter. Sort by profession. I have 2 planters, which for some reason aren't next to each other. Health. They have all their teeth, so it's the other one. Or maybe just looked at the same planet twice. Health, wounds. Oh, they seem to have most of their teeth too. Who got beat up? Ago Luguge. Ago Luguge. His name's not here. Maybe he died. But where's his body? Huh. That's a mystery for later. It's a cleaning situation. Not even sure. I really don't like the burrows keep dead people in them, but one weapon trap to go and we can, well, I can just start another batch right now. Nothing's stopping me. Still a ways to go. That is just going to be a body part explosion if some serpent men try to sneak in through there. We can even do stuff like chain up a dog. Probably chain up a dog outside. And then I might try to get things real open here near the gatehouse. So we get good line of sight from the fortifications. I never did make those crossbow dwarves. I can't spare the people's one. So yeah, I think we can... Well, I'm sure I said this weeks ago and I forgot, but if we do get the migrants back, I might try to make a crossbow squad if I can set some people aside for that, especially if we get some good hunters. Hunters are great candidates for a crossbow squad. Did this collapse? What is this? Gems and obsidian with a ceiling in a cavern chamber? That's weird. I said I wanted to open this up for more visibility, but it's hard to... I have trouble visualizing these multiple Z levels when it's a big room. Like, I have no problem visualizing my base and, like, the spatial position of my rooms there, but, yeah, like a high ceiling, I get a little thrown off how to move around in there and chop stuff down, you know, mine things out. So it's a solid open room and not just tunnels with floors in the way. Merchants have arrived from the humans. Let's give them some food for the journey. It'd be a bin filled with food or a barrel filled with food? A barrel. The food might be quite light as well, so this could be a very profitable trip for the merchants. I'm a little worried, though, because the food might rot if we just leave it in the depot like that. I think it has to be in a stockpile. The Forgotten Beast, Lat, has come. A gigantic humanoid composed of amber. It has a pair of branching antennae and a bloated body. Beware its webs. Well, fucking web for starters, no thanks. You have fun down there, Ant-Man. It's just a Forgotten Beast battle royale down there. Good thing I locked that hatch, so we don't have to worry about that, because... I don't have any defenses set up to deal with Forgotten Beasts. We'd have to set up, like, a ballista battery. And... that, might be able to make that work, honestly. That could be really tricky, but I might be able to incorporate that into the mushroom forest. I have nothing else to do, so we're just gonna watch him for a little bit and see what happens. Is he flying or is he climbing? I think he's climbing. Yeah, because he dropped back down. Interesting. I guess he's a humanoid. He might have good climbing skills. Doesn't show me any of his skills. Well, fuck you. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of web monsters, so I'm in no rush to fight him. And web and fire beast would give us a huge problem. But if we... because, like, if this is the way out... ah, there's a dip. Because it'd be really good if it was a pretty clean approach, and then we just had ballistas along this wall, and you just cut them up, but there's the dip. Where is this fucking hatch? I need to figure out where it is. Right here. Yeah, ballistas excel on straightaways, and the cavern's just pretty crowded is the problem. I just realized that if I try to block this off as part of my pasture, then the monster hunters won't be able to get around. Because I want to open the hatch, because then monster hunters can go down and fight shit in the deep caverns, but... then that exposes us to danger from Forgotten Beasts, even though this does have a drawbridge. So, the summer migrant wave should be approaching. I don't think that we'll get any, because the merchant caravans didn't tell anyone, because that hasn't happened yet. But if we don't get any migrants next spring, I am a little stumped on how to salvage this fort. Everything's been delivered. Take my $23,000 worth of food, please. I feel there's food missing, because I didn't observe 2,000 food in that list, and this is not 2,000. This is... I might be hard-pressed to hit 100 food with that. I see you conveniently, without even knowing, brought me a sheep. How much for the sheep? 23,000? You've got it. Unfortunately, Professor Dum Dum here can't actually take the food. It weighs too much. Shit. That's all I can give him. I mean, he's still going to make a bundle. But, fucking man, I apparently really depended on wagons in the old Dwarf Fortress. They have some cool giant weapons. Do they have any flails? Because apparently flails and whips are very powerful weapons, but you have to get them from the humans. So you have to hope that you get a high quality one with a good material. He doesn't have flails or whips today. And yeah, I think you also need to find a human that can train you and how to use that skill. So you'd have to grab the cages to free up some. You know what, I could. These are fucking heavy, wow. Good thinking. Seems ecstatic. And we don't need to trade anymore. Goodbye. That was only 500 food we managed to offload. Well, here's what we could do. So I could make a man-made extension of this tunnel. So they have to walk through it, and the ballistas can observe that one. You know what? I actually really like that, because we can... That's the map. We don't want to be on the edge, because things can sneak in through our tunnels. We'll do this. So this is like a covered... We could probably make this solid glass, really. I would like that, actually. Just a crystal glass tube here for this last part. And then a tunnel here, and then yeah, ballistas are positioned here, so if you try to come down this, they just start blasting. And then you just have like a stairwell down, there'd be a stockpile here filled with ballista bolts. I can't build a ballista because I don't have the parts, so we'll need a siege workshop. For dramatic effect, I'll put it here in the room, but I need to see how big a ballista is. So it's probably either machines, traps, instructions, military. There you are. It is... Looks 3x3 to me. Build engine... oh, right. I think the ballista... The quality of the parts might be important. In order to build a siege engine... They're an obscure subject. The quality of the parts determines the overall rate of fire. The best are made with 3 masterwork parts. This will make up for an untrained siege operator, but every little bit helps. So if we can get 3 mastercraft ballista guarding the entrance. I forgot about this, though. It's this. Because it shoots through the fortification. If you place ballista close enough together, you can completely cover a 2 or 3 tile wide corridor. Because siege engines are 3x3, they need to be staggered, so each one fires through the edge of the one ahead of it. This can be dangerous for your operators. To minimize risk, place fortifications to keep dwarves from wandering too far, and only have one entrance to the ballista room. There is still some risk that dwarves might wander the line of fire, even with no reason to do so. Yeah, okay. So yeah, this is... How many tiles is that? 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, I did that right. 5x5 for the ballista, which needs no awkward shape. Right? Right? This guy needs a little extra room for his... Well, yes and no. Yeah, that should be fine. And then this is the siege workshop here. It's your firing the ballistas. This is where we'll put the actual ammo for you. And then this is a stairwell up to the forest. And then for dramatic effect, we'll make it a little like wooden bunker that you go down into. But this is actually a very safe setup. Wall. Go. And then I do need a stairwell up so I can put a roof over this just for decoration. I mean, fuck, even a ramp would work. No, I'm gonna do stairs just to be safe because ramps can get fucking weird, or at least my understanding of ramps can get weird. And then just so we don't have another tunnel monsters are wandering around in just yet, till we finish our ballista construction, we're going to keep that. I don't have an abundance of faith in our siege operators being very good, but we have a lot of raw materials to make bolts out of. And I mean, technically, if we just continue to make things, is we can slowly fill the whole fucking corridor with the serrated disc traps. But I mean, that many serrated disc traps, I don't think anything will get past that. You pretty much need to be a forgotten beast. And even then, I might get a good slice off. You'd have to be like, yeah, you'd have to be a fucking like steel golem. A petition. Lilacs of Waiting. They want to be a performance troop. Deny. I mean, technically that's a good idea because they'll eventually offer to join the town, but I've already got a few freeloading artists in the tavern right now. Yeah, gigantic humanoid made of amber. What's the density of amber? Oh. I thought it was petrified amber, solid amber, but apparently amber is the exact same material properties as snow, mud, or vomit. Even punching it a few times will probably be enough to kill creatures made out of it, so a Crundle might fucking kill it. Be interesting. You still down there, Chan? There's another one. It's pretty crowded down there. An enormous shell. He has bad blood. Cave AIDS. Alright, well, there's the prison. The cage. Oh, speaking of, the Forgotten Beast, Etheri, Lithoitathu has come. A huge quadruped composed of Goshenite. I feel we've seen this guy before, because I think I saw Goshenite and made a joke about it being Goofy's favorite material. It has 2 long spiral horns and it squirms and fidgets. I think this is a Forgotten Beast that wandered off the map and then wandered back. That sounds familiar. Oops. Animals. I want goblins. A lot of giant creatures. Almost there. Goblins. Now we're going to save it, because there's a chance that they don't leave them in their cage. They just put them in here like a slum, which would cause a problem. So fart too. Okay. And then I was gonna make this out of glass. +1. 10 that way. Eight that way. So I need 18 by I'd say 50 crystal glass, just so we have a little overflow. 50 crystal glass. That'll be a pretty cool tube, though. It'll be a very dangerous bit of construction, though. I need a fungi wood door to cap off that little bunker. Door. Other fungi. Gotta start using tower caps too. Got 100 of those. Just pre-whitewashed wood. I could even build a little dirt road if I wanted to. Oh right, wasn't I I was deconstructing that pasture to see if it left fungus behind. No, it just leaves the mud underneath behind. Damn. I'm a little concerned that's not going to fungus up. Nobody's cleaning that up yet. I do kind of wish I could give clean jobs. Because, if I'm not mistaken, the well is a mess still, right? Gross. Are the humans leaving? Yes. We have some steel coming in, though. Bars. I do have a lot of stuff I need to get rid of. You know what? I'm actually tempted to just melt the lead. I don't think lead bars really serve a purpose. I mean, they literally serve a purpose. I can make crafts and things. It's low value and high weight. We'll never be able to sell it. If you have a surplus of it, lead can be semi-useful for decorating objects and training metal crafters. Lead crafts may be traded. They're too heavy. I could make lay pewter with copper and tin. Shh, I don't need tin. 2 tin, no less. Isn't tin cassiterite? Yeah, I do not have a surplus of tin, at least where I am, and I don't really have the manpower to go looking for new deposits out in the mine shafts. I get more value from bronze. So, pewter's kind of neat. This lead doesn't do anything. I think I'm just going to smelt all the lead and just free up some entities on the map. Goodbye, lead. 22 steel, and then, yeah, we're pretty much going to convert all that iron into steel eventually. There's a chance it might just be sheer quantity, so let's go 50 steel, 50 pig iron. You have to make 20 charcoal whenever there's less coal. The charcoal is going to be the bottleneck on that one, but just in case it wasn't, it gives them a little more leeway on how much steel they're allowed to forge daily. Yeah, I wasn't going out of my way, but we hit a bunch of lead veins, and lava means smelting is free, so... ultimately, I'm sure the person that leveled up from that lead was killed in an attack over the years, but... we might have to learn to be pickier with our ores in the next fort. I don't want to say later forts with a plural, because I've been playing a lot of Dwarf Fortress. Our first Dwarf Fortress run, we went up to 30 or 33 streams, and we're already on 18. We're on 18 with just 2 forts. The bulk of them being in Edithel, but... yeah, we'll probably do an above-ground fortress, and then we'll move on to the next game. Or Edithel might go on for a long time, and then I'll just move on to the next game after this one. There's still a lot of cave out there for the monster hunters to explore. But I have some pretty nice claims to territory myself here, though. There's actually some shit over here we never even got to access. I don't know how much cave is over here. We can just barely see it. Yeah, I could make leadcraft, but I have Billin too, is the thing. Is I'm not hurting for other metals, so lead doesn't help me as an XP tool. I have to fungi wood the top of it too, don't I, for the door? Fungi wood. And then the door. Fungi wood. We'll just melt the lead. It'll be nice to get those things cleaned out. And then we actually don't have a lot of seeds, so I don't got to worry about those getting cut down. Well, it's technically a lot of seeds, but after that little food scare we had with Edithel, I think I'm okay with having too many seeds. And then generally, I think another thing is we'll just kind of keep an eye on Cave Spider Silk and just auto-dump it as we see it. Because we won't be going down to the caverns to collect webs. Who's this? Nope. We're not hiring any more performers. I'm only interested in monster hunters and granting citizenship to existing performers. Why are you sleeping? I don't think that's your room. It shouldn't be. Irritated when drowsy. Irritated when thirsty. What is your fucking problem? What is your major malfunction? What are you training in the barracks here? You should be happy as a pig in shit. Blissful after sleeping in a fantastic bedroom. Lonely being away from friends and family. Yeah, that one's really adding up, which I don't like. She was uneasy, dwelling upon being naked, and mulling over the recurring memory allowed her to rethink her intellectual values. Shaken, reliving a major injury, because you're fucked up, aren't you? You're like missing a leg. No, you fucking... Ooh, I hurt my ankle 5 years ago. Ooh, fucking get over it. Oh! Migrants actually arrived. Holy shit. 55? We've done it. People aren't afraid to return to Edithel anymore. Outstanding. I think barely any moved in, but that is fucking outstanding. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dwarves. We're back in the game. In it to win it. Just try not to drag your feet through the vomit in the tavern. It was the giant pile of dead snake men. Can you force them to socialize? I mean, I could give them more free time and pray they make new friends, but I feel it's a very lingering problem because like probably their spouse died who they'd normally talk to in the bedroom. So, I just want to talk about this here. So many people moved into the town just now that the Guild of Drinking requires a guild hall, which is actually our Farmers Guild. And I believe we have the Farmers Guild guild hall, but a fucking thief took the artifact that made it powerful enough to be considered a meeting hall. The Rosy Tundra, which belongs to the Guild of Drinking. Yeah, it's just too shitty. So it needs nicer stuff. And we can just fill that up with silver statues. Beautiful silver statues. The fucking second they show up. Yes, I'd like to join the Guild of Drinking. I mean, it makes sense that the farmers are in charge of the drinking guild. They make the mushroom wine. And on the topic of using up the metal, we're going to use silver statues. Make silver statue. I'm going to say 20 a day. Every day. I think you'll be very hard-pressed to make 20 silver statues in one day. I can approve this. I can finish your guild hall for you. I might even have a spare artifact, but we've learned that they won't fucking stop. I think you can install it. So if it's the kind of thing you can install, they can't steal it. Like, I think that might be why the anvil hasn't been stolen. It's on display. What kind of artifacts do I have? Name. My artifacts here. I have a legendary door. Legendary hatch. A legendary weapon rack. It's a family heirloom. I don't know how I feel about that. I think I have a legendary table, actually. Hang on here, because I could just... a legendary table right in the center to signify where they drink. Oh, they had some legendary furniture. Chair, I think. The drinking chair? Yes, I have a glass drinking chair that you just sit in and drink. I was a little excited when it said 50 FPS, but the game was paused. Man, very excited that we got those migrants. Hopefully our value isn't just that we only got that one batch and like nobody shows up in the autumn. But I will continue to export shit. I saw that. There's a sheep in that cage that I forgot to pasture. There you are. And yeah, nobody's bothered to put the cages in the cage room. Oh, nope, I lied. They're right there. You guys just have fun. I forget how to take their clothes. Apparently this cage is decorated with an image of dodecahedra in wood. Okay, let's get the siege workshop underway. Basalt is very close, apparently. And this will be a lot of crafting and dumping, because we want masterpiece construction parts for the siege engine. I'm not sure if a siege engine takes a mechanism or if it's just siege engine components, but yeah, we need mastercraft siege engine components. We also need that glass, which is potash, which I don't think I can make unless I make an ashery. Glass, clear glass. I make clear glass. Clear glass is made from pearl ash, and pearl ash is made in a magma kiln with potash. And potash is made in an ashery from ash. And ash is made at a wood furnace? Okay. So I need the ashery. The ashery here. Who's this? Ooh, it's our first librarian guest. He wishes to study. Kadal Tattoo Portal. Welcome. The guild hall agreement with the Guild of Drinking has been satisfied. They just wanted a place to sit down and get shit-faced. That is a nice stool. What did that get us to? 11,000. Man, that chair is worth 10,000. Bronze bar is just chilling out in there. I don't know what the... How did bronze get all the way to the armory? It's nowhere near the forge. I mean, it is, but you shouldn't be... Oh, time to take this forge. Better take a break and go all the way over here and then drop it on the fucking floor in the armory. Weirdos. One thing that's interesting is our migrants weren't dead. They were just people. Oh, am I fucking relieved. Because it's like, I mean, 7's not a lot, but I'm mostly glad that we didn't break the fortress irreparably. We were able to recover from the 200 dead dwarves and get migrants again. And that should be even better when the autumn caravan arrives and finds out that our population's been sorted out. Okay. Assemble arrows. Oh, they make the arrows as well. I mean, catapult parts forever. Sure, ballista parts. And that is a bit of a walk, both in how far it is from the town and the materials he needs to haul, but yeah, just a little unassuming wooden hut. Beneath it is where the freedom of Edithel is guaranteed, with 3 ballistas and people that probably don't even know how to work them. Whose dick do I gotta suck to get the tavern floor clean? It's been a month. And it's not because of that sweet hospital burrow I made where the people that clean things stay inside the town. Late summer, I mean, it's been a pretty lazy year because we have so much billing. We don't need to worry about getting ready for the caravan. What's that ashery coming? That needed a lot of wacky stuff. Ash is apparently... Where is it? Make ash. 10 if there's less than 10. Potash from ash. Forever. Less than 10 potash. And then any pearl ash. There's less than 10 pearl ash forever. There. So now I'm extra glad we have that underground forest walled off because the steel industry is taking it. And the potash pearl ash is taking it, which is okay, because I think it's actually, like Dan said, it's just one log we keep running through the refinery process, and we only need like 50, whereas steel we need like 600 charcoal. Oh, they actually are allowed to make it. Okay. Won't take too long, I hope. And then, really for sustainability, we should make the ballista bolts out of wood, because wood grows back. But I think we'll make the ballista bolts out of metal, because we have a bunch of metal. Oh, man. Lead. Because I think a ballista bolt might be impact damage. I'm not sure if I can make one out of lead, though. How much of that lead have I melted? Almost none. Let's make sure there. Ballista arrow. I'm curious if I can make it out of lead. It's essentially a giant arrow. A simple wooden ballista arrow, and a much stronger metal one, which first requires the creation of a ballista arrowhead from 3 metal, and then it needs some wood anyways. For type of wood that is used for the arrow impacts and strength, heavier types such as... Okay, we do want heavy things. Oh, look at this. Wooden ballista arrows are surprisingly ineffective, dealing comparatively minor amounts of blood damage. However, metal ballista arrows are extremely lethal and can kill 2 fully grown elephants standing in a line, perfectly reasonable unit of measurement. Any goblins you hit will be smeared all over the space on which they stood. Arrowheads are tedious and resource-consuming. Since catapults use stones I can pick up off the ground, Better target practice for your siege operator, whereas a ballista armed with metal arrows is a much stronger actual weapon platform. As such, there's never much reason to produce wooden ballista arrows. So I would want to make a, you'd make a dummy catapult and just point it at a wall and just shoot rocks forever until that guy's like a mastercraft catapult operator, and then you put him on the ballista and you just start shooting lead ballista arrows. Can I make a lead arrow? No. What a fucking miserable metal. I can make it out of copper and bronze and a lot of others, but that's okay. The other thing about ballistas is we'll accidentally hit any monster hunters or militiamen that are out in the hallway trying to protect the fort. So that's why we'll mostly... They'll walk past the ballistas, and then, which is going to suck because a fun quirk about ballistas, which I didn't account for, is the ballista operators are civilians, so when monsters get too close, they panic and abandon their post. So you normally want like a big gap, because the ballista travels like 30 anyways. And I know just the ticket for that, actually. What we'll do is... we'll do something like this. So they can't get close enough to scare the civilians because we'll hollow this out. They don't spend a lot of time walking down the hallway, though, which is a little concerning. We could probably open this up this way instead. Yeah, they have no reason to come down this way. Actually, I don't know what the actual distance is that they get scared. One of these will come up. I think it's actually on the ballista engine itself. Siege operators are civilians and will run in fear when an enemy comes too close to them. It varies, but it may be as far as 10 tiles. That seems reasonable. So yeah, they're not in the line of fire for too long, but they should really shred people. So this here is just open space. This is just a dead end that they shouldn't go down, so that the operators don't get scared. And we're actually going to make this a. We're going to slowly ramp this out. So they come in through here. The ballista should see them by now, and they're getting pelted. And then they veer off, and then they're just in the tunnel. This is probably where we'll start filling up with the blade traps again. This is capped off with glass, just so you can kind of see the cavern if you don't want to go out. And then here's the barracks. You're actually in the fortress. So this is when things get dangerous. But they have to get through 2 layers of traps. They have to get past the ballista operators, and they have to get past the saw blades, and then they're in the town, and then they still have to get past this last range of cage traps. And then, if this bridge is open, they have the Super Mario Bridge over the magma, remember? That's how we fought off our very first Serpent Man attack. And then they're in, if they get past this very last drawbridge. So there's a lot going on to protect the town. But I think the ballista bolts will... If we can get this work, I think the ballista bolts is going to do a lot of work. I think it's going to take a lot. I think it's going to take a lot of stuff to make a Mastercraft ballista, though. Which is all the more reason to assign the workshop to a single person. This workshop is free for anybody to use. Who's the best person? This Glazer's already a talented siege engineer. It's just you. You're the only one that's allowed to do it. So only he's allowed to make siege parts, and eventually they should become good. Problem is he might become busy with other things, but... we'll worry about that later. People are moving into the fort. Things are looking good for Edithel. We did have to turtle for like 3 or 4 years to get back to this healthy point, but it worked out. I am going to step away for that drink, much like the people in my tavern. And this is just not going to ever get cleaned up, unfortunately, I think. But I'll be back in a second. And then another fun thing I can do that I just realized is we can actually... the hell is it? There it is. Is we can fill this with boulders because you move slowly over boulders. So it's like, you know, filling it with rubber tires they have to sprint through. That'll buy the ballistas more time to attack. That'll be a little tricky because we basically have to make a giant stockpile of a particular boulder and then turn the stockpile off and make sure no one ever touches it. We would lock the boulders. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. My brain already solved the problem. Good work, brain. A masterpiece silver statue. I like it. I am very excited for the autumn migrant wave now after we got some summer migrants. Oh, yeah. Ballista parts are not inspiring confidence, but what we can do to start off is make a little baby ballista somewhere, like right here. I need 3 catapult parts, not ballista parts. Shit. There we go. But yeah, we'll make a catapult, and this is just for people to use, because they'll just shoot a rock at the wall, and then the rock should fall back down or be destroyed. And then we won't have to worry about that rock. We need our glass for the tube, and then we need the boulder stockpile here. That'll be really juicy, actually. The boulders will slow them down quite a bit. Oh, if it isn't my old friend Ilral Ash Deckham, a ghostly cheesemaker. He's haunting my broker for some reason. Why did you subsidize my cheese? You ruined the long-term growth of my industry. It was fine monetary policy at the time, Ilral. I really don't like the fact that he's following my broker, because I don't want my broker to get his skull caved in, because we've fought a few murder ghosts. Guys get a little punchy. One little love tap and their head explodes. How are these glass work orders coming along? We've made a few. But unfortunately, we pretty much need every single block. We gotta pretty much make the thing in one go. But once we do make it, then we can begin work on this part. That'll be fun. Slap done. I fucking hate how they hide from me like this, though. There it is. The hell is your problem? Seemed a little bit of a crybaby. He's afraid reliving experiencing trauma. Didn't you just move in? No, he's got an axe. Worried after being unable to pray to the aquamarine droplets for too long. What the fuck are you talking about? The temple in the dining hall. Meditate and yeah, people are there praying. Fuck him not being able to pray. Probably get like 2 or 3 columns every month of these traps coming out. So yeah, we might actually be able to get the traps all the way to the ballista hallway. That's long term, but that's going to be really juicy. I'm really pleased with how this is turning out in my imagination, because it should keep us pretty secure on our cavern entrance. Because I normally have very active defenses. I try to raise an army. Or I'm a little lazy and I use cage traps, so... these are kind of fun passive defenses we're working on. I mean, I like the Super Mario Bridge. I didn't account for a way to drain the magma to get the treasure, but that was fun. We encased a bunch of them in obsidian as well. We had the Looney Tunes pit, which actually didn't work, but that was still kind of neat. And then, yeah, we've got the cage traps, fallback, but... I've learned about quite a bit on this fort. I mean, you have time to, right? If you're not destroyed by werebeasts. It just takes a little bit to get your fortress underway, and then you can start to dick around with engineering projects, or just learning mechanics like stack pumps. Pump stacks, as people might call them. Didn't do any automation, which another fun thing we could do in an above-ground fortress. Well, you can do it in any fortress, but an above-ground fortress is easiest, because we can use like water wheels and windmills and stuff to get some power for automation, which really only affects the screw pump. So we would probably use some sort of drowning chamber when we get attacked by goblins. And then I guess I need to make a... No, clear glass blocks, not crystal glass. Clear glass. Because crystal glass literally takes crystals. $50. It's a shame we had so much green glass in the fortress, because crystal glass looks way nicer, but... Clear glass takes a lot more work, because of the wood and the extra workshops involved. But it is worth it. I hope. I don't really do it. I can't recall if we used clear glass in my last non-premium fortress. That was one when we had, like, the jail suspended over the magma. I can't recall if I was using glass or crystal glass for that. Another fucking ghost. A steel shield has been misplaced. No doubt this ghost baby is to blame. What the fuck do you mean, no doubt? Who else but Ubul? Ubul Athimshire. Fucking rascal. No doubt. I've been playing this for years, literally and figuratively, inside the game. No doubt this child is to blame. Oh, I didn't realize we had a fucking Columbo living in the fortress all of a sudden. Who did this? I don't know, ghost baby? There are literally scholars visiting my library to gain knowledge. Do not fucking accuse ghost babies when you misplace your stuff. What is this? Basalt? Granite? Basalt? Yeah, well, I think I have spare basalt. So we'll use those as the boulders in the entrance tunnel. Maybe. Let's see what we have an abundance of. Granite, diorite... Yeah, we have 600. We'll line the entrance tunnel to buy us some time. Did I make those catapult parts? Last one. And then we'll just have to pick 3 strapping dwarves. Probably have to build a little gym here, frankly, of screw pumps. Because they have to be strong enough to load the arrow, but that's a lot of work. A vile force of darkness has arrived. I'm confident. We have our cage trap hallway, and if it's all crossbowmen, I will throw the dwarves at them. I mean, we can even do the Looney Tunes bridge, because they break their legs and they climb up 2-step on cage traps. So I think this will be a very passive defense. Let's just make sure everyone is safe. So we're going to lock the library and the tavern. My scholar might be in danger. Make sure our entire army is training constantly so they're equipped when I send them out. I need everybody out of the library. Finish your fucking book. So yeah, they have to walk along this. There's a decent chance we'll kill a bunch of them with the switch, and then also a bunch more with the cage traps. Yeah, what is it, 20? $21. So they need to have at least 22 people to get through. This is the greasiest part of the defense. I mean, cage traps are pretty simplistic, but it keeps the town alive. That should have given them enough time to spawn. Let's see if there was a big siege now that we deleted all those serpent men, because we have sold a lot of shit. No, it's just another paltry raid of archers. Just fucking 8 archers? God damn it. I am like the Bill and Craft nexus of the planet, and they send 7 goblins to rob me. Maybe I'm too far. I don't think that impacts the size of your sieges. I think as long as a civilization can reach you, they'll send sieges of any size at their disposal. No job. They're trying to carry books. Turn off the bro for just a second. Drop your books off, and then you have to go home. You bastards. All those books, too. Alright, well, I'm just locking you in. I don't want you to get hurt. Who are you? Haul large serrated disc? God damn it. Stop what you're doing, yeah. The door's locked. Stop what you're doing. A petition? Performance troop, no. Did we finish Ubul's memorial slab? No doubt this slab will put him to rest. No dwarven shots. Fucking Christ. I cannot get over how weird that is. What are you doing? You're training right now. Store item in bag, do not. He's not even wearing his armor. What are you doing? There's no reason for him to be out there. Alright, you know what? That guy's being fucking weird. We're just gonna deal with this. We're just gonna deal with it. I'm gonna kill anyone I can find in the entrance ramp, and that should be enough to break the siege. Is that the ghost of the Dwarven Child? There's Ubul. Who else but Ubul? There's actually a decent amount of goblins. I must have read the list wrong. There we go. Kill those 13 goblins. I'll follow one of them. Follow you. You might be hurt. No, you're just kind of slow. I am not slow. Something said not good. Go to armor demonstration, where actually you're under orders to kill some goblins. Let's get 'em, fellas. That'll be nice to move them to the new barracks. They'll be a lot closer to the entrance, too. Looks like a snatch walked into a cage trap there. Well, it broke that siege in a fucking hurry. There's a chance that some of my my poets won a fist fight against the archers. I don't feel the need. I don't feel the need for you guys to chase them out into the sun. So cancel orders. Autumn has arrived. Hopefully we can get a nice big juicy migrant wave, but we could also just try to trade with the merchants some more. Remember to buy his cages. Even the animals we don't... I mean, we can just butcher the animals we don't want. Alright, let's get this shit all hauled off. That's his head that the fucking dude chopped off, apparently. How ironic that an undead axeman cut your head off. He's like, no, I know how these guys work. I took care of it, boss. Did we get all the catapult parts finally? No, one left. You guys are back on stagger train. Tiny chance the guy in charge of building catapult parts is that Quarry Bush? Doesn't say what it is. It might just be decoration. The guy I assigned that workshop to might actually be in the army, so he was training the whole time. That's why we didn't get our third catapult part yet. But yeah, catapult part with just pointing at the wall, and they'll just launch rocks into it ad nauseum to build their siege operator skill. Because if we can get attacked with like masterpiece ballistas and like well, legendary siege operators would be fucking insane, because that's an awkward skill to train up. Now, what kind of ballista bolt will I make? The answer to that question is bronze, based on the fact that I have 713 bronze. What the hell? Zolba and Errol is not my homeland. What caused the caravan to bust? Hopefully it just arrives a couple days later. Because that's a little upsetting. And I think it did. I think they came out of sync last year. Because you know what I'll do? The comedic came. The banner of women I'm friends with. But I can just go meet other dwarves. I can send my necromancer guy off. Because he can get all the way over here. He can go see these people. The rim of consideration. And then one-time tribute. Good luck. That'll be 3 dwarven civilizations we're friends with. Well, friend is a strong word, I think. The Evil Justice. Okay. Make sure this guy hasn't snapped. He hasn't. Cut gems until the end of time, by the way. Oh, who made a mess? We fucking spilled some Baja Blast Dwarven wine on the floor. Just so Bonero. I don't like that at all. Because my homeland is doing quite well for itself. What's in this bag besides babies? Just nothing. His neck? He somehow chopped off his neck. I'm impressed. Another fun thing I might do to deal with sieges is I might just lock this door when there's a siege and then have like a stairwell over here so they have to come through the ballistas to attack me. That would be fun. What happened here? Oh, right, the attack. Guys are locked in the library. Well, you guys wanted to be in there fucking reading books. That's not my fault. Open the tavern up as well again. It would be nice to hotkey all that, like to unforbid all my doors and stuff at the end of the siege with one key press. That'd be nice. You'd probably do like a DF hack macro for that. I don't know. Resume, resume, resume. Cuban Herbalist Death Corpse. Oh, thank God they do come out of sync. You scared me there. And is that the Outpost Liaison? Yes. Stinthad Lolak Mostib. I eagerly await our conversation. Alright, let us begin trading, because I have a lot of shit for you, my man. Yeah, like there's 1,500 food hiding somewhere. That's 7. 1. I'm going to struggle to find 100 prepared food on this menu. I don't know where it all is. I don't know how it could be hiding from me like this. Like, does that make any sense to you? I have a broker, so it's not like he's forgotten to do bookkeeping. Oh. No, it's not that either. I thought that maybe the mayor, like, forbade it. But no. Bins. Finished goods. Finished goods. Finished goods. You can give him $16,000 worth of weapons. We won't be doing that. One thing that sucks is I'm pretty sure those guys did not bring a wagon. Even though we had a very successful year, everything should be fixed economically. Migrants are returning. Gem bins are empty, which is weird. Finished goods. Finished goods, finished goods. That's a juicy one. 115. 32,000? Question mark? A lot of tower cap bins, apparently. I should probably double check that I don't have any bin jobs outstanding because there's a lot of empties. Which means we have surplus. We don't have to worry about bins for a little bit. Leather, cloth. There we go. There's some more finished goods. Alright. 23 boxes to go. Broker requested. He hasn't begun it yet. Rough gems. Oh, shit. Yeah, we actually don't have rough gems for you. Sorry, homie. I'll find you some, don't worry. Probably a couple veins up in the mines. Probably one up in the crack then, honestly. Make sure I don't sell all my goblets. I'm kind of tempted to sell all my goblets, frankly, because I have so many. I'm going to sell most of them. I don't know what the number is for goblets. Maybe 1 for every 10 dwarves? There's a gem there. There's some gems. Well, someone just has to go mine these for you, and that solves your gem conundrum. Assuming you don't snap first, which I'll be a little upset about. I think you can normally go like a month before you lose it. He's meditating on love. Where's the broker? Oh, yeah, he's jacking off. He'll be here. He'll be here. He's never not come. And then remember, petition, evil justices, no. We want to trade with, well, technically, well, yeah, we want to give most of the money to the homeland, but we want to double check what the other civilization has to trade. They're all bird up, aren't they? Solve the mystery on what the fuck was taking so long. Get that open up too. Yeah, I don't know where my prepared food is hiding though. Because I should have 1,500 prepared food, but I can only find like 200 on the trade menu. I think that door's jammed open with some seeds. Fucking no. Close the door. I can't. It's jammed. It's just 7 seeds on the ground, though. There we go. Everyone's coming to drop off the box. That's beautiful. And the broker's there, and because he's just the broker, he has nothing more important to do. That was a pretty huge oversight on my part when I tried to make the mayor the broker, because apparently it turns out the mayor actually does do a fair bit from day to day. Gets sucked into meetings all the time. Abbot Necromancer, those feel like opposites, but welcome. Goblin Tame is visiting. That's something else. I think someone brought a goblin as their pet. Trade with Zalbin first just to see what they have. Aluminum? Is that a real thing? Aluminum, it's a high-value decorative metal used to create furniture. It's tied with platinum as the second highest value metal in the game after adamantite. It's the second lightest metal. Its only ore is native aluminum and is found only exceedingly rarely. Huh. Neat. I always thought aluminum was an alloy, but I'm not a geologist. I could buy instruments and just really instrument up the, I don't want to buy his cages because we're not trading with them. We could instrument up the tavern, but keep an eye out for steel weapons, I suppose. Not a steel disc. Serrated steel disc is probably great for murdering people, but that's a lot of steel to, Alright. I owe you $200. There you go. With this barrel of meat. I'm gonna trade with these guys. Everything. He is 11,000 pounds overweight, unfortunately, but we'll worry about that in a moment. Look at all these. You brought me a handful of animals. I don't know where my mayor is. The outpost liaison should have came to visit by now. He's on the map somewhere. I better make sure he's not stuck. Oh, speaking of stuck, another thing that can be bad for your FPS is if people get stuck in trees. I don't know how that happens, but there could be like a Crundle climbing the tree and he got too scared to climb back, then he fucking things up. A book? Alright, he's gonna make $19,000, which actually doesn't feel like that much. One of these crates is way too heavy. This one weighs 1,000 pounds. It's not scrolling very effectively. It weighs another 1,000 pounds. Holy shit, that's a lot of money I'm giving him. Can I just search for the bin? God damn it. Making it real hard to give you this pile of money. I want you to have it. I want you to take this home. Yeah, it's like scrolling right past each fucking... God damn it. That was 1,000 pounds. That was 500 pounds. That was 2,000 pounds. That was 400 pounds. 500 pounds. There's all the goblets. You're gonna earn $77,000. You can barely drag that out, this poor yak. Get it off! It's so fucking heavy! Your efforts are legendary. Well, they better be so legendary people start moving in. He is ecstatic with the trading. And then he doesn't even have any weight left either. Darn, nobody's needed at the depot. Another successful year of commerce. How'd that catapult work out? He hasn't made the fucking catapult part yet. Only one master may be assigned each workshop. There he is, finally. I guess we did have a siege, so he wasn't helping it with that. And then I hope that I can set each ballista to be for a certain person, because then we can just reserve those for people that only are good at it. Otherwise, we're going to have to go and fiddle with the labors. Okay, there we go. And I think once it's constructed, we can rotate it. I don't think it can damage this wall, but I don't want it pointed at the wall anyways. I want it pointed here. Holy shit, Militia Captain Fellstalkers are trying to have him fucking walk across the planet on that one. Oh, that guy's an Axe Lord now, that's good. Like, he walked really far. Maybe we're not friends with them until he reports in, but... How fucking far was they? Like, he started here. Did he fucking take a hang glider to get there? It is 16 days travel. There's some humans right nearby, too. That might be a fun civilization. I think our above-ground fort, I think we might try to ally ourselves with the Room of Consideration here, because these guys have a lot of neighbors. No way, is that a volcano too? I shouldn't live next to a volcano. We want to live in something forested, because we'll need a lot of lumber above ground. Oh, that's interesting. The ground looks interesting. What is this? Are these all hillocks? No, because things should have tiles. They should have a border if they're a site. Enough about me, though. I want to see what that guy was up to while he was gone. Got a little shield. That guy's an Axe Lord, which means if people spar with him, he should be able to impart that much more training XP. There we go. Dealt with that stupid baby. Once we get everything from this caravan sorted out, people can get back to work on the various other tasks. I don't even remember what. Starting to get a good collection of sheep. Oh, she's building the catapult. Lonely being away from family. That's a really annoying mood, because there's not a lot of power you have over that. Faces this way. And then I can't set who's allowed to use this. Prepare to fire. Fire at will. But who's good at it? I don't even know where to begin setting this up. It would be labors. I'd have to make a new one. That's just siege operation. And only people with it can do it. Siege engineering or siege operating? Siege operating. So siege operating and pumping. So when we're not under attack, they can just operate a screw pump for exercise. But yes, done. call them the Siege Corps, even though I didn't put any effort into my other labor names. Only the selected people do this. Pump operator. Random blazer. A random farmer. Those are our 3 ballista operators. One of them is the person in charge of making the catapults as well, so. Then we're going to deconstruct these 3, because we can install those at the catapult like a little gym. I am muted, thank you. I was putting a farmer's workshop there, so it was easier to tend to the animals in the pasture. And then I wanted to make sure that we were storing our cheese in the kitchen with the milk so it doesn't just sit out in the field. And apparently we were turning into a county, but I thought we became a county last stream. I might be forgetting. I swore we were. Our autumn migrants haven't arrived. Sorry, our autumn migrant calculation might be a better way to say it. Ooh, and a wheelbarrow for the rocks. Good thinking, random townsperson. 2. Who's this? A chiefess. Pearl ash. How we doing on that clear glass? I've made 4 blocks, so we're a little behind schedule on that one, I'll admit. See, you're slaving away on those ballista parts for me, thank you. I'm going to step away to go to the bathroom, though, because things are rather lazy, and it's a great way to make them less lazy, because conveniently things happen when I step away. Well, at the same time, really bad things pause the game, so nothing too wacky is going to happen. Now, I don't have a count, which is the weird thing. This happened the last time I was promoted to a county, is they don't give me the option, and they don't send me a baron. I might be able to DF hack something and make someone a baron or a count. Something about like promoting. Let's probe. Under that. What's Stone Sense? Isn't that the 3D generation? A 3D isometric visualizer. It's plugged in a DF hack. That's kind of neat. But we don't care about that right now. We might do some Stone Sense next time. I'll just double check it between streams how to operate it. We might look at some Stone Sense of Edithel, because obviously you can't Stone Sense it right as the fortress dies. So it'll be good to get some views in 3D isometric view of the fortress when it's alive. Looks like the caravan's about to leave, which is fine. We gave them what they needed. Fast dwarf makes them run fast. Show me. No, I'm just looking for how to like force promote a noble. What's cleaners? Clean the splatter that gets scattered all over the map and clings to your items and units in an old fortress. Cleaning with this tool can significantly reduce FPS lag. It can also spoil your fun. I think they were referring to like wounds becoming infected. Clean everything that can be cleaned except for mud. Sure. Huh. I cleaned 600 items. I removed 5,000 contaminants from creatures and 20,000 contaminants from items. I had a baron briefly. Way back in the olden days, we had a baron and we had to choose him, but then he was murdered by serpent men. And it's weird they didn't send me a replacement. And this might improve our frame rate. I'm not too concerned about it because nobody was getting any syndromes or anything, so we didn't accidentally like rob ourselves of fun in that regard. We're just trying to keep the frame rate tip top because our fortress is old. I've never had a fortress live this long, so learning as I go here. It's an awkward problem to have because you're like, man, I wish I could force my town to have a count, and most people that play Dwarf Fortress would not be in a rush to figure out or tell you how to get nobility, but the basic hoods, no. A lot of silver statues. Good value. I think to really kick up the value, I might just fill the tavern with statues. Really make people happy. Want to make sure that they're good statues, though. I just want the little gear. I don't have as many Mastercraft statues as I thought, apparently. I might start melting these down, because he'll only get mad when they're Mastercraft. These are shit. Which is fine, we're just trying to go through our silver, but... I was expecting a lot more. A lot more. Silver statue of a donkey. You know, an orthoclase statue's not going to be worth that much. I'm not going to bother. Alright, everything should be okay now. I'm going to step away. Go to the bathroom. Alright, looks like the place didn't burn down while I was gone. Oh, and you know, clean probably also got the slop off the floor, didn't it? Let's see if the well's tidied up. Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't mind the contaminants on the ground, just nobody was cleaning it up. 57 is not a gigantic fort, but I think I have enough spare time in the day that... Oh, some more migrants. Things are looking up for Edithel. I don't even think it's going to be a big wave, but the fact that it's going up at all is fucking great. 62, 63. Only 63. That is wonderful, though. Oh, man. The skies... Oh! Our first masterpiece ballista component. 8 to go. Another Axe Lord? Man, the sky's the limit with this fort now. The sky's the limit. We might be able to go all the way and fight the circus. This is going to be a real pain to get everybody to master on ballista, though. And then we want to dump the ones that aren't masterpieces. I can't almost did. It was either this or it's No Moria, where more things in the workshop storage slows the workshop down. I can't recall. Oh, he's already made a second one. He's made a third one. We have an entire Mastercraft ballista already. Awesome. That's right. People are returning to Edithel. So he goes here. Masterpiece, masterpiece, masterpiece. He made masterpieces a lot quicker than I was expecting. And you know what? I can't recall if you're allowed to do are you allowed to create a fortification in a wall that you've built? You are. They fixed that, and that's good because the ballista room wouldn't work without that functionality. Human operator zombie. Sorry, furnace operator zombie. Well, I guess all zombies are human operators, just making the body move. The little goblin is helping. I feel we have clothes for you. I feel we have spare clothes for you. Goblin tame. She was uneasy dwelling upon seeing the goblin's dead body. Fucking... It'll be you if you don't get back to work. Double check. Because there's a certain way to do it, and I've never done this before, but people say this works. So yeah, one on the left, and then one in the middle behind it, and then one on the right behind that, and then the ammo goes behind each one. Let me construct those walls right now. This is you being a 3x3, right? Base of the wall. Building present? What the fuck? That's not right. I'm having some trouble wrapping my head around this because of the sprite is a weird shape. That doesn't look right. Battery room is 5 tiles wide. What the fuck? We're not actually going to use this one, but I'm just going to build it to get the room designated. This doesn't seem right. One Mastercraft ballista with a legendary operator is going to be pretty potent, but I would prefer the 3 just for the rate of fire, because we're going to get some pretty gigantic Serpentine invasions. That just looks really sloppy compared to this picture. I thought there'd be some overlap, like we could build where the string is. Like a screw pump sort of thing, you know? Yeah, I thought this tile would be a freebie, but it's not. Yeah, this ballista feels off center. It's the same way they drew the Serpent Man. Axe Lord. I have multiple Axe Lords now. Goblin Criminal is visiting. I like that he declares that. Very polite of him. We're down to 4 grumps. If we can get that to 0 grumps, the fortress is in wonderful shape. Yeah, it says the battery room's 5 wide, so this should work. Is the ballista shaped different on premium? Is this the premium version of this article? It is. Operator's skill affects reload time. It'll take a whole month for an unskilled dwarf to load a catapult. Legendary operator with nearby ammo will get several shots at a running enemy. That's what we want. We want legendary ballista operators. So recommend multiple skilled operators for each engine. Since as civilians, they cannot be compelled to action if they decided to take a rest. Yeah, for now we're just going to have the 1. Let's just have the 1 for now. I don't know what's going on. I thought I could see it in my mind's eye, but I can't. We'll just put the 1 ballista in the center for now. That's 3 people that know how to work it. Because, yeah, it's hard to... We basically have to wait for someone to come in here and start using it, and then we lock them in the bunker. Which, I mean, we have the door there, and he's not in any danger because it's nowhere near the actual entrance. They have to pretty much overrun the fort for the guy in the ballista room to be in danger. Yeah, that just doesn't feel right. Are you on fire? Well, you're on fire. Well. Oh, a ghost. Ghostly Axe Dwarf. Don't want that. Zas Dorlet. Priority. No one's thrown their clothes away yet. This concerns me. This concerns me. Guy's also just hiding in the wall in the kitchen. I wish I could eat still. How's it going? Whoop! Scaring the shit out of every single person they walk by. He's got a real strategic spooking spot. Alright, so yeah, my concern now is the ballista room, which... Yeah, it's 5 by 5. According to the picture, it should fit. It's really confusing. Place ballista close enough together, you can completely cover 2 of them. They need to be staggered. Minimize risk. Place fortifications to keep dwarves from running too far. There's only one entrance to the ballista room. There's still some risk that towards might want in line of fire even though we can do so. So we can do like negative traffic in those other spots. But yes. Doesn't feel right. Lady is visiting. Masterpiece silver statue. Well, there's a nice statue. I don't even know who Solon Nuring Fringed is. We'll know once we install the statue because we can read the engraving. "108 statues, and most of them are shit." Oh, it looks like an elvish statue, whoever it is. Peasant. Current outfit. Some earrings. I'm very concerned about the clothing situation. I have a very big fear no, they're being made. Is it just I have cloth though. I don't know what's taking so long. Maybe we need another tailor. These will be the loons. These will be the tailors. We'll just double up because we might be just bottlenecked on manpower. I mean, there's clothes to be made, and I see people not doing anything, so... I made a farm that was broken. There's a chance that we stop planting our pigtails. No seeds. Mystery solved. You idiots haven't been eating the pigtails, have you? It's like cave cotton. There's the kitchen. They've been drinking the pigtails. You bastards. I have 463 actual pigtails, and once we process it into thread, that, Are you processing pigtail thread? I bet you that I'm not, because we put it on hold to make sure we can make slurry. Didn't you? No, it's right there. I'm done. If there's more than... I'm going to say if there's less than 10 cloth. Then make 20 thread. Or sorry, make 20 cloth if there's less than 10 cloth. And then use that cloth to make clothes. That should solve that problem. Baby lamb. No one in the visitor list is undead right now. That's nice. Possessed store left. Didn't I just bury you? Or are we working on that? We're working on that. Yeah, and this one is in charge of cheese and shearing and shit. I don't think wool's better than cloth, but it's mostly for the cheese. Well, hello, who are you? It's a naked mole dog. Yeah, I cannot for the fucking life of me visualize that ballista thing. Here's a workaround. Put to rest. Put to rest. See, why couldn't I do it like this then? What the fuck? That's not right. There's no way I used the last of the marble blocks just now. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh. Cancel. Look at this. Makes it 9 deep, though. This doesn't look 9 deep. No, it's 9 deep. Okay. Yeah, and then each one fires through the bowstring of the guy next to him, and then this is fortificationed off so no one's in the way, and this is fortification off so no one's in the way, and you can also put, like, negative traffic here, so people definitely should not be over there. Yeah, okay. I think I get it now. Look at that, another masterpiece ballista part. He's making those really fast. Put your rest, okay. Oh man, it's already 3 hours. We can go a little longer, because I have the most time on Sundays. Well, I have time on Wednesdays too, but Friday's not the best. I didn't have time to play yesterday, but we can usually go a little long on Sunday. And we're gonna, because I'm feeling it. We're into it. And then, yeah, we technically need pigtail seeds, but they're just in all the pigtails we haven't processed. And then, yeah, just my siege operators, when they get some free time, need to operate that catapult and get really good at it. Gatling catapults. This involves a catapult, a garbage dump activity zone filled with rocks, and a legendary siege operator. Reclaim the ammo using... Yeah, so you make a quantum stockpile, claim the rocks, and then he just picks it up immediately. He can easily manage 2 to 3 stones flying at once as he reloads constantly. That's for a catapult. You don't have to reload that. Where does the fortification go? The fortification goes right in front of that catapult on its right side. So now we're going to deconstruct it again. bayberry wood. Where'd you get that? Didn't think we had any surface wood left in the warehouse. You shouldn't. Where are you getting that? Okay, I need 2 looms. This is a diorite tailor. And still no broken clothes in the refuse stockpile. That doesn't feel right to me. What is my master engraver up to? Because if he's free, he's just the manager. He can probably do that. Let's get some nice engravings here. Just on the walls. I don't like it on the floor. He's busy approving all the work orders, but if he has some spare time, he can get the dining room looking very nice. Even if people don't eat here and they prefer to eat in the tavern, they have to walk through the dining hall, so that should make them quite happy. And more value means more dwarves, so... Look at the whole back wall of tavern engraves, too. That's going to take him a long time because he has to do that by himself. Let's look at that silver statue I installed. This is a masterful silver statue of Omava Skinweb, created by Solon Ezinos. The item's a masterfully designed image of Omava Skinweb, the elf, in a silver. He's traveling, and it relates to the visit. Huh. So this dude just has a huge crush on this elf that visited last year, made a statue of him/her. Omava. Is Omava still here? Did they move in? Omava. They did not. Some unrequited love. Another 30 discs. Another day, another serrated green glass disc. Okay. Those amigos installed. There we go. And yeah, ultimately I think I want to get it all the way up to the ballista hallway. And that's going to make the cavern entrance pretty safe for when I open it up for monster hunters. Because monster hunters are actually very bad at fighting monsters. They normally just walk down there in their copper gear and get curb stomped by a fucking cave troll or gang banged by some crundles. I suppose if that's your fetish, though, not a bad way to go. Are you operating the siege engine? Yes, you are. Remember, it takes forever. Based on your skill, it's going to take a whole month to drag a rock into that thing. Oh, I never built those pumps, did I? Three pumps for 3 siege operators. And then they pump it by hand, which moves no liquid, but it's the... I don't know if it's the best way, but it's the easiest way to force them to train their strength. Honestly, there's a chance that loading wooden ballista bolts is quicker than loading the stones, because they're heavy, but I'm not sure. I think the rock gets destroyed. Which is fine, they're just rocks, right? It's just chunks of granite. We mostly just use granite for decorative purposes. The inn has some granite cupboards in it. These are all built, right? You know, these are all hotel rooms for the tavern. How's the helm nuts doing? There's no goblets stored. That's not ideal. I'm taking this guy off of performance duty because we have troops visiting. So we don't have to worry about that. Free up a couple people. Because I think working in the tavern you can get carried away and not do your actual job. I think the tavern keeper is especially really good at getting people shit-faced when they need to be doing other stuff, so... And then they said 20-ish glass was done. I don't know if mole dogs fight me, because the traps will protect like serpent men or goblins from rushing in this way, but actually just constructing the tunnel will make it harassed by mole dogs. I think in order to build this securely, I would leave a hole in the wall so they can climb up the ramp and build the ceiling, and then once the ceiling's done and everyone's inside, then I would make sure that the wall's plugged up. There's definitely more things in the caverns now that I've killed off those serpent men, because they were definitely hitting some sort of weird population cap. Hi there! Okay, that's down there in the... Phew! I thought a fucking sheep got out into the cavern somehow, but part of the pasture has a high ceiling. Yeah, there's nothing growing on this mud. I don't like that, so we might actually reach a point eventually where these guys start to starve themselves. I normally don't irrigate things, I'll admit, but I assume that the mud would eventually be overpowered by lichen. Papers of Modesty wants to live here? No. I get migrants now, I don't need to worry about the weird elf slave labor just yet. Mastercraft, not Mastercraft. Not Mastercraft. Militia captain slipped into depression. Only 3 grumps though. Things are looking up. Well, things have been looking up all day. It's been a great day for NFL. I think outside of, I could underestimate a Forgotten Beast, but after that I think it's just a circus or FPS death for this fort. Probably the closest I've come to winning Dwarf Fortress. It is interesting to note that over the years, the focal point of the town has switched from the dining hall to the tavern. But that's mostly, I guess, just because of the tower. Are you a visitor? You got some nice clothes on. Wearing a bunch of alpaca wool. Oh. See, he's got damaged clothes. X means it should get thrown away. I don't like that. It's one of the... That's one bit of bookkeeping we haven't gotten sorted out in this town. I haven't been able to get them to throw away their ratty clothes. I just think... I don't know if we have enough of a surplus is why. Yeah, they're allowed to wear anything as long as it's made out of... not metal. It's only for refuse. They're not putting any of their clothes in it. So I think we put unusable armor here. Unless that it means like human-sized stuff, but we'll see. Tidied those settings up a little bit, that might fix it. Okay, we got the screw pumps for strength. "67-year-old woman with 3 children. You're an adequate siege operator. She's getting better. I just don't... offloading units. That's weird to see without an autosave. Don't crash on me, Fort. We've come this far. Ah, Christ, I lost her. There you are. I don't know where I can see your stats. Because your strength is a real thing. I just don't know where it's stored. Other skill? Knowledge? Health? No. I don't know where your strength is. I think it shows up here, maybe. Or here? Maybe in the description? No. Slow to heal and very weak. Couple months on the screw pump will fix that. She's tall and ballarded by great hanging sacks of fat. Her hair is quite sparse. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her sunken round bronze eyes have large irises. Her head is narrow, and her quite sparse eyebrows are extremely long. Her hair is black. Her skin is romber. This poor, stressed-out, balding woman. She felt lonely after being away from friends, blah, 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 but otherwise very content and blissful. I believe I saw our engraver doing a decent job up here. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of the town. Did he really survive every single wave? I thought all the originals were killed. Our town was founded in 254, so this is the 15th year of Edithel. That relates to someone becoming the militia commander. That's the town being formed. That's the town being formed. This is an image of our government. This relates to the appointment of the guy becoming the broker a few years ago. Government. This is we got one of our first new expedition leaders, but before we became a city, so we ended up in there yet. What is this? The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the goblin by the dwarf Saxo Lancer born the artificial fountains of celebrating with a bronze battle axe during a battle called the Fell Assault. 265, that would have been recently. I think that would have been around the time our militias started to fight the goblins instead of trapping them in the crawl space. Neat. Well, that should really help the value of the dining room to cheer people up. I'm not sure if they have to walk by it or just being in a room with engravings on it makes them happy. I'm not sure if they have to walk by furniture in a location. Winter is upon me. Did we get summer migrants? Or sorry, did we get autumn migrants? I can't recall. Either way, very juicy haul went home this year. Like almost 100,000 dwarf bucks, so everyone should be in love with this town. Under 30 FPS, that's getting a little spooky though. I don't see people operating these hand pumps. I think it'll be a while before these guys are master ballista workers, but that'll probably be in line with around the time we can get that tunnel built. I'll engrave these pillars actually too. Because you have to walk by them. You're passing through, so that'll give you some happy thoughts. While I like the marble floors, I don't think things like that really contribute to people's mood, so that might be the reason we have so many grumps. I mean, we have more people happy than sad. I think it's mostly the survivors of the Serpent Wars that are the sad ones. I think newcomers are pretty content with the fort. Broker. This is just a bean plank. The mayor. Apparently my engraver has not lived a rich life. This relates to the killing of a serpent man. Oh, that was a named serpent man. He had a good run. Saxo Lancer on the artificial fountains. Yeah, he fucking chopped that dude. Who is this? That must be the guy with the super long name. He must have killed... I'm guessing he killed someone named, and that immediately made him named. Oh, it's the zombie, too. No, this is a different dude. Saigon Roughshield, the Sizzling Cloud of Blockades. Is he good? He's a Grandmaster Marksdwarf. Oh, yeah, he was an expert crossbow user, and then I forced him to become an axe dwarf. Where's the other one? Where's the other guy with the fucking gigantic name? Saxel Lenserhorn, the artificial fountains of celebrating. Skills. Master Axe Dwarf, you're fucking right. Let's make sure you're in a good mood, though. Overview. He's healthy. Misses his family, hasn't been able to pray because he was training in the army. Not too terrible, though. Getting to work on the tavern engravings. Broker. Alright, pretty generic mall food court mural shit. It's the mayor. It's a bean plant. It's this guy cutting the head off of a serpent. It'll make these bedrooms a little more valuable, but I'm mostly interested in the value of the tavern. Hey, someone picked up those seeds that were jamming the door open. That's good for security. Still no super parts, huh? Well, I mean, we got 4 out of 9 in very short order, which is nice. And we just have to remember is once we get those 3 people in here operating the ballistas, we have to lock the door behind them so that they man it during the entire siege. How are we doing? I probably shouldn't get carried away and play all night, so it's important to make a good cap-off point. 35 glass blocks, that almost might be enough to finish the tunnel. Now, am I allowed to build a trap on a pre-made floor? Let's check. Yes. Because I don't want fungus inside the town. I'm going to pave over the cavern part of the tunnel. I need to step away for another drink, though. I have a good feeling nothing deadly will happen while I'm gone. Look at that. Nothing bad happened. We're down to 2 grumps. I think we're going to actually be able to end on a high note, which is not something that normally happens in NFL. Grim, dour folk that just press on against all odds normally. But things are looking up. Well, I mean, things were looking up the last couple streams. I'd say right now things are up. Things are getting dumped at reasonable speeds. I like it. Mango trees. Dude becoming the militia captain. Mango trees. These guys really love the mango trees. Oh, whoa! This is a finely designed image of kiwi men. There are creatures on this planet that are half man, half kiwi fruit. Actually, sorry, it probably makes more sense that they mean kiwi the bird, which is a lot less exciting. I would have liked it better if it was part kiwi fruit, part man, but yeah, kiwi the bird, that's dumb. Stupid, more logical one. This, well, if it isn't Tustro Epichic Reb, a great hairy Dimetrodon. It has a knobby trunk and it undulates rhythmically. I have multiple forgotten beasts down there that undulate rhythmically. It's a little uncomfortable. Beware its poison sting. Shaggy violet hair, by the way. Do you even live in my cavern lair? No, the deep caverns where nightmares are born. We'll get some monster hunters down there eventually, and then we'll start chucking ballista operators to guard the gate. You know, I'm not actually sure if a Forgotten Beast is allowed to set off a weapon trap. They're trap immune, but that just, I think, trap immune makes you immune to a cage trap. They still might set off a weapon trap, but if they don't, it's completely up to the ballista operators. Something I have to do, by the way, for when we finally do open up the cavern. I have to make sure... Standing orders, hauling. Ignore outdoor refuse. Dump corpses. I have to make it so that they tend to things in the fort, but they don't go pick up shit they see outside the fort. I like forbid non-hunted dead. Forbid your dead during sieges and forbid your death items during sieges. Chores, there's quite a few children. Announce no job cancellations. And announce some, because they might get fun. Mix food and barrels, prefer zones for drinking and fishing. No automatic weaving, use any cloth. Don't collect webs automatically, slaughter marked animals. Butcher carcasses automatically, this is fine. Yeah, generally worried about basically shit in the deep caverns. If they've been trying to pick it up this whole time, though, that won't stop them. And if something dies after the fact, that might not stop them. I think that's going to be most of my cavern deaths. It's fucking peasants running into the deep caverns to take a Crundle's tooth. And I'm not sure how to stop that. You have to figure out what they're trying to haul, and then, like, get that job order canceled somehow. You live here, or you visiting? He's a soap maker. He's one of my residents. Quick to love, slow to hate. She is very weak. So presumably if she's on the pump long enough, that should change. Apparently you're the creator of Arrogin. Congrats. We might actually be out of wood finally. I've been dumping a lot of logs. Yep, we're out of wood finally. The forest is a very generous supply, but I've been using a lot in multiple industries. Siege, forge, and the glass. Another visitor. What am I doing with my night? I'm kind of tempted to go to autumn again. Getting 2 years in one stream is pretty tough, especially at a 30 FPS simulation, but... I don't know. Looking at the clock, it might be a real bad idea, but I think we'll at least get to summer, maybe. I, at the very least, want our spring migrants. Maybe I'll just stop at the spring migrants. It's important to pace yourself. Second there's vlogs available, he charges back in. I like this guy. He is an accomplished glazer, but he's also an adept siege engineer. That one's going up pretty slow for how he's knocking it out of the park with those mastercrafts. Forgotten Beast is fighting some Krendels. Now I'm worried about this, an Axe Dwarf. As long as an Axe Lord doesn't slip into depression, that could be bad. Once you start getting legendary soldiers starting bar fights, that's when you wind up with corpses, so I'm glad the migrants are starting to return. What are these pillars up to? This relates to that guy becoming the manager. I think he's our current manager. Aren't you the current manager? Hang on. Yes, that's just an engraving of you. You fucking narcissistic piece of shit. This is a Mastercraft villain amulet engraving. This relates to the time I fired the broker a couple of years ago. I don't even remember doing that. He looks dejected. Aerith Ringwalls? Oh, I think it was the mayor. That was back when the mayor was also the broker, and that was a terrible idea. I don't know why he's looking dejected. He didn't fucking show up for work. I had to fire him. Furniture stockpile's getting a little cozy, but it's mostly because of the bins, because I forgot that bins don't get placed unless they're... Ooh. The fact that this bin is placed on the topic of means that there might be a use for those. People are actually going to throw their clothes away properly. I don't know where to put these fucking splints. Maybe I can change the hospital to just have a lifetime supply of splints? Yes. Five buckets. Let's go 20 thread, 20 cloth, just for an emergency. What is that? 18 beds? I've never seen our hospital full, so I think 18 beds is a pretty gigantic hospital. There is an insane amount of Krendels down there. Surprised I've never met any friendly Crundles on the surface that come visit my tavern. The Unspeakable Lies? Yeah, sure. That'll get us. The fort lives so long, that's just going to become like 4 or 5 citizens when they petition for citizenship. I have to make the arrows here too, though, don't I? Yeah. Looks like they're not separate parts, though. He just needs the metal and the wood to attach it. And I said we were going to make them out of bronze. Bronze-tipped logs. These have slowed down a little bit. This is the main, right here, we need these ballistas built. And also these people need to become good at their jobs. Oh! You're the one that's supposed to be in charge of making the ballistas. Let's take a break from that. Let's wait for the actual things to be constructed before people start going whole hog on the strength training. We have a bit of a lumber shortage, and as much as I'm tempted to go to the surface and clear cut it, that's probably a great time to get attacked by goblins. Maybe just a couple logs from the surface. While I love the safety of mushroom trees, you get a lot of wood from a surface tree. Did I say surface trees twice? Cavern trees. Cavern trees are safe. Surface trees give way more. Well, if I could get some tall mushrooms, but I'm really just chopping down sprouts, aren't I? Not dig. Wood dig. Chop. I said chop. I see what the problem is. Okay, I see what the problem is again. That was my fault. I was an idiot. I live... Yep, there's the bridge right there. Okay. And yeah, there's quite a bit of lumber. I feel wagons should be coming. What I have to do, this is going to be a very dangerous project. Doubly so because you know what? The simulation's really slowing down. I don't think we can make it all the way to autumn. When I do get to autumn on Wednesday, hopefully someone can remind me, is once the caravan arrives, I think I'm going to actually build a road for them. Just to double check that wagons can get into my fortress, because I'm a little concerned that maybe the path has just become overgrown. as dangerous as it is to be building on the surface with how weak I am militarily. Be nice to get a little infrastructure for the merchants and the migrants. More discs. Um, You know what? I don't remember what this one does. That might be one of the lava switches. This is for the new front door, so that's an important one. Nice central location. We could honestly probably deprecate all these levers. Doubly so, because I think I literally dismantled most of those bridges. Yep, crawl space is just a tunnel now. And I removed that hatch because it's impossible to get in the crack then now, because this is completely sealed off. I think that's enough. I think that's enough to make the glass tunnel now. And because I saved, we're going to begin construction on the tunnel. Really for safety, just so the enemies have to go through a gigantic bottleneck to do this. Yeah. It's a good amount of sheep. Probably 1 or 2 more ewes at the caravan. We can maintain a cheese industry. I hope. I don't know if the cheese industry is sustainable at all. We have to go through a bunch of food anyways. Two grumps? We might hit 0 grumps. That'll be a big milestone for Edithel, considering it's just a pit of despair most of the year. A lot of books to read, though, I guess. Look at all these copies. They just love making copies of shit. I think it's because maybe my dwarves don't write things on their own. Maybe only visitors write dwarves, and well, I'm sure dwarves can write things on their own, just my dwarves don't feel compelled to. It's interesting they're filling out this side and not this back row. I'm sorry. You're just standing on the table watching people read? You sound like a bit of a cunt, Stozu Olgazal. He's interested after seeing a tastefully arranged table. Ooh. Yeah, just Crundle Battle Royale down there somewhere. A lot of people coming down with the lumber. A lot of people, but I mean, that gives them stuff to do, right? Some managers. The bookkeeper. Broker doesn't need an office, okay. Are you guys okay? Because I think you're training constantly. Nope, you're staggered. Grow up. Any clothes dropped off yet? No. I forgot to build that second diorite clothier shop. Oh, I already had an ashery. Son of a bitch. We'll make this a secondary carpenter's workshop then. I did not notice that. Wouldn't be the first time I missed something in my fortress, but... I got the crutches tidied up because I had them all get moved into the hospital. They're struggling to keep this stocked against the wood industry, but at the same time, once we make these glass blocks, the ash, potash, and pearl ash work orders will top off and idle, and that leaves wood for pig iron and steel. How are we doing, by the way, on that? Steel industry is up to 62. That's actually kind of bad, but we have been stealing all the charcoal. Strength gone up? He's resilient. Very weak. Would have hoped that she at least got promoted to weak. I'm not sure how to see stats, because I think their stats were a lot more robust at Dwarf Therapist, so they're in there under the hood somewhere. Hey, didn't I have a good part somewhere? Hope I didn't throw that away. Oh, we're about to dig out. Oh, I might be out of marble finally. That would make sense. Yeah, we've exhausted the marble supply. That's a mining expedition to go on, but we have to make sure we get this tube secured first. There's plenty of marble up on the surface. Like, there's a giant pile right there. I just haven't been doing any mass digging. Can I expand these? Yes, I can. Well, that's going to be the exact same problem. We'll do that. That gives us a nice stretch of marble. And this. And this is just... I don't even remember what the fuck I set this one up to be. This is just where we put the gems, which we're going to be very hard pressed to fill that up. I might redraw these. So it's like a thing of gems and then a bunch of marble and dye. You'll see. You'll see. And I'll see if I remember to do it. And then up on the surface, just to remind me for next time, is we'll kind of designate it out. There's more marble here. There's probably marble here too, but... Did we crack it? We did. I have way fucking more than 8 clear glass blocks. What the fuck? I gave you a fucking work order for 50. There's 43. What the hell? That's weird. Maybe they just haven't been dropped off yet. Tavern gets a lot of visitors. Having some trouble with that tree there, young lady? Pants, socks, shoes. People are not wearing shirts. You got one glove on. You got a Michael Jackson thing going on. Hey. Hi there. Where are you going? Store item and bin. Perfect. Time to explore the murder caverns. They always do this. There's a little bit of shit left over from the last Serpent Man War. Hopefully that's the last of it. Pump operator just pumped out a baby. Shells of flanking. That's tempting. The good thing about getting those performance troops is it makes the fortress a little multicultural. Just terrible news for them because I don't change the culture of the fortress. So they drink mushroom wine and they walk around topless. Hey there, stranger. Where the fuck are you going? They can't go down because I blocked the hatch, but they're going to get something they fucking shouldn't. The worst part is when the Serpent Men catch them and they get cornered. Instead of running back to the fort. That hatch is closed. Don't you fucking dare go over there. There might be a pile of shit here I need to auto-dump. Where are you going? What the fuck do you think you're doing? Really? Just went there to get a pair of pants. I wonder if jobs like that are parts of the reason it's running bad, is they're just trying to get to something they can't. I don't think so. Waiting to see if I can get these ramps stripped down. It's an odd shortage of miners. Let's do this. Let's make everyone a miner that wants to, except you can't for miners. Yeah. He's literally a miner and he's not allowed to dig, so let's fix that. What are all my miners doing? Well, the problem is they can be an amazing miner, but they're even better at something else, so their stated profession isn't to mine. I think most of my miners are in the army, so I'm going to put the team on off-duty. Amps who wants to join the Ring of Gleaming, welcome. Hope you like mango trees, that's our logo. Get those ramps the fuck out of here. Beautiful work. It's working. And luckily, deramping is quite quick. Alright, so I want construction wall. Okay, once again, I have fucking 40 clear glass blocks. Where are they? This is a very big problem. They're stored somewhere. Well, they're supposed to be stored somewhere, but I'm guessing they're just sitting in the kiln. Where the fuck are you even putting them? Who's hiding them all? Oh no! Oh no! I forbade everything down in the caverns and actually hit most. It hit my whole fucking town. Just those 2 layers, it seems. Still pretty bad. I'm very glad we solved that mystery. That would have sucked. Okay, okay, there we go. That was fucking spooky. That could have been a lot more catastrophic than it was. Not sure everybody is. Maybe hauling logs still? Yes. Looks like they've gathered all the logs I designated for chopping, though. I'm gonna actually just seal this off completely for security. Not a single piece of glass has been installed yet, fellas. What's the holdup? The very first piece, and it's a fucking zombie. Zombies get distracted and have trouble doing their job. Huh. That looks odd. It might not be see-through. Even though it's clear glass. Clear glass. I don't want to make it windows, because even though building destroyers are broken on this version, I think windows might be considered things that they can smash. They won't be able to smash walls, though. There's kind of no reason to do this if the tube is solid. I should have just made it out of obsidian. That's normally what I use to mark parts of the map that I've established my dominance over. Looks like everyone's going to get the glass, though, so they should be helping build it finally. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not see-through. Maybe the floor? I mean, it has to be the floor, because that's exactly what I did here in the dining hall. Green glass block floor. So yeah, the floors are see-through. It's a bit of a letdown. I could carve fortifications if I wanted to, but that might scare passers-by. Guy wants to join. Welcome. Okay, so yeah, you can see through it. Just looks fucking, unfortunately, awkward. This tree is growing over it. This one too. Are you just playing Dwarven? Are you Dwarven Child? No, you're a dude. Okay. Ooh, that whole troop is joining. Their probation ended at the same time. 。 Yeah, if I had a time machine, I'd just make this obsidian. Looks great from the top. It's a real shame the glass walls are shit. I thought they'd function the same as the ceiling, since the ceiling is transparent. The Joyous Wasps. Oh, thank you. Bees only. The Honey Bunch. Now, there's a troop name. They dress like bees. That poor forgotten beast. Just harassed by Crundles incessantly. I am a beast older than time itself. I claim this world as my domain. A Crundle just bites him in the pinky. Ham. Well, it takes a lot to get into Dwarf Fortress. This is... What is this? I think overall this is the 48th Dwarf Fortress stream, not to mention all the times I've played Dwarf Fortress off camera, and this is my most successful floor, so... It can take a long time to get into it. Okay, they're working on the ballista hallway. Perfect. We'll at least get the ballista hallway done tonight. That'll be nice. Do we have any extra fancy parts? We don't. Citizen. There's a lot of people called Amzu in that. I wonder if it's the goblins. Maybe that's a common surname for goblins. Who's Amzu? Yep, it's a very common surname for goblins. Goblin dancers called Amzu. I hate how much gold I find when I'm trying to build infrastructure. I don't want to widen the hallway, obviously, but there's gold. And the tunnel's done. So now someone should be able to build a wall on the interior that should cap itself with a ceiling. And then the tube is enclosed. So people from the guard tower can watch you come and go. Should probably buy a chain up a couple dogs up here to watch out for serpent men ambushes. I don't even know if there might be no more serpent men. Like the 3,000 serpent men might have been all the serpent men that'll ever spawn on this map, and I deleted all the ambushes as well, but we'll have to see once the monster hunters start arriving again. You know, if you want to be really sinister, I would relocate these cage traps to only be in the glass tube so that it just fills with blood when there's an attack. Just to scare the shit out of the other serpent men that are attacking. But that's it's taking forever to make these traps. I think even with, well, I do have extra magma kilns. So even with multiple workshops presumably making these, it's taking forever. Traps, weapon trap. I have 24. Late winter. What time is it? 4 hours. Yeah, I think maybe we'll just stop once we get our spring migrant wave. I don't have a lot I need to do tonight, but I do have to not play Dwarf Fortress until midnight. Dwarf Scholar Necromancer? That'll be interesting if he petitions to live here. I'm a little tempted to make my tavern a temple just so people can pray while they're socializing. I think I'm going to do that. A new temple for anybody. Please tell me they don't. Please tell me you didn't steal from it. It's a temple. I think I accidentally blew out the tavern. So you can't be a temple and a tavern at the same time. That sucks. I guess that'd be a little too much if they could pray and drink and eat in the same room. Kind of defeats the purpose of being separate locations. So if you want to pray, you got to go to the dining hall. I'm still concerned that we're not making shirts, so I'm actually going to put shirts at the top of the work order. And I'm going to set those up to be up to 2 shops, because I know we have 2 clothiers. And I know we have 2 loons. Tunic. Pants, both socks, both shoes. Yeah, that's the outfit. That's the uniform of, whoop! Uvash, another axe dwarf. I'm surprised we have any axe dwarf corpses left. The army hasn't really had any casualties for a few years. Uvash. There you are. What's going on down here? I'm seeing... Oh, why is there a grate here all of a sudden? Interesting. Slabs and coffins that need to be tended to. Yeah, I think it's mostly the statues. Let's start melting down the statues that are low quality. And we can start dumping any stone statues. Okay. Ooh, I have some nice ones that are in silver finally. Well, you really just do this. Clear that out. Yeah, I have a lot of stones we need to tend to. And technically the catapult sorts out stones for us. But I only have a few catapult operators. And then, yeah, we have way too many bars. I'm a little annoyed that they're not melting the lead as quick as they are. Yeah, let's get all that silver smelted down. Get that guy buried. Now, can I build a floor under it or an installed weapon trap? Because we could be really decadent and make the whole entrance solid gold. No. I can build it... I can build a trap on top of it, but I can't build it under a trap. That's a shame. This has to be gold. There's a mob in the image of impressive vehicle to save space. I'm, with the exception of DF Hack, I'm basically going modless. And actually, my problem is I have too many bars. Like, I don't need how much I have. So we're trying to figure out ways to use them up. The floor is made of gold because I have too much. Is this another citizen or is a troop? It's a nope. That's a citizen. Staspa Blindcrow. I think we have quite a few goblins that are citizens now. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, they're obviously a minority, but I think there should be some elf poets that joined as well. Yep, there's one. 2, yeah. No humans. I don't think any humans have offered to join. I haven't seen any humans in the performance troops. I get human visitors. And then I could maybe... You know what? I'm going to do that, too. That goblin civilization all the way over there. Let's go meet... The Depressed Dooms. Empire of Pix? Okay, Empire of Pix is who I want to befriend. Demand a one-time tribute from your friend the zombie. So that might get us another human caravan. He won't make it back in time for them to be the spring caravan, but... No, sorry, humans come in the summer. They might make it. That'll give us 2 human caravans in the summer. Oh, it was paused. See, I could dismantle all these and put them in the gold murder tube. I think I actually want to do that. That's going to be really wasteful to reinstall those, but we're going to do that next time. Puts a bit of a damper on our trap. I don't know, output. Nine times 3, 27 traps. That's 270 serrated steel discs, but obviously not each tile is guaranteed to go off in every siege. Okay, and then we start to hollow this out. I think actually the more efficient way to do this, so I don't have to keep redesignating it, would be this. Except I'm doing this. There we go. So you'd ramp down the middle, and then you ramp each side, and then that would be a nice pit that they wouldn't go down. It would also keep them away from the ballista operators. I'm not sure if it remembered our time stream setting, because we had time stream last time. That might get killed on relaunch. I'm not sure. This is, I would say this is probably the most prolific floor because it's got the mushroom forest and the ballistic gate. The library and tavern are here, and then yeah, this is the classical fortress. Some workshops and bedrooms up there, but yeah, this is the main floor, I'd say. I don't know why everybody gave up on digging this out. There's a bunch of people there just a second ago. Yep, just a solid gold floor glass tube that'll fill up with blood when the blade traps go off. That's very dwarfish, I think. Yeah, with the tunnel done, we can actually. Now, where are you off to with that? You're just carrying a very heavy gold block, which is weird, because it's just a gold block should be light. Are you weak? He is agile, but he's susceptible to disease. His left hand is broken. No, sorry. His first finger is really fucked up. Should be able to grasp other things. They got all these disc traps disassembled and moved into the murder tube. The blender, as it were. I suppose the magic bullet, maybe. And we didn't dig far enough, so it's not the edge of the map. I like that. The scholar Saxel Kiviseget has become a student of the scholar Karol Zegmastam. Neat. I should have a lot more than 36. Fuck that. Probably need all those discs to be hauled back to storage before they acknowledge they're real. They're weapons, I think, so should be room for them. Just that last one, which is not getting channeled for some reason. Maybe because the rock's in the way? That's not true. We've dug rocks before. What the fuck are you... I'm new! An evil humanoid with a long tail, black spiky fur, and a twitching nose. It lives far underground. A rat person. Ah, so we've seen rat people, serpent people, snake people, cavefish people, and olm people. which is a lot of half people, half creature races, but I was expecting more. Apparently the evil sounding ones love to visit my town though. Offloading units again. Spring has sprung though. Let's get a save. We're nearing the end of tonight's stream. We're just waiting to see how many migrants join us in the spring. Hopefully a bunch, because this will be our first wave since we did that huge trade last year. I've gained a grump though. I don't like that. We're at 3 grumps. And then once we get this, we'll also channel these off ramps so they can't even try to climb. Not that it matters, because they won't be able to go through the fortification, the ballista battery, but get rid of the ramp so they don't just run up and stare at them to scare the fuck out of them. Yeah, I like the gold murder too. And then once we get the ballista battery good to go, we can uncap this. Even before that, probably. I think this will sort out most of our trouble, and then we just lock the doors to the library if they get through, and then wait for the militia to be ready and charge in. Because if we get a really big, if we get like a 15 or a 20 migrant wave, we can get another dedicated soldiers. Whoa, Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. Alright. We got plenty of time. Unless the migrants show up right now, which would really suck, but... other than that, we got plenty of time. How big is this Vile Force of Darkness? Another shitty one. Seal the tavern gate. Can't leave till you pay your tab. Just a few people in the library, they'll live. Activate the burrow. Goblins have to step on the cage traps, and we have enough. I don't know why he's just paralyzed. He should be trying to get home. And he can, there's the ramp. Oh, I locked him. I locked him out. Like always, though, I might just go get him. I might just go get him with my army. If it's just like 10 archers. Once they're in the ramp, I'm not afraid to fight archers. The quarters are way too close. They get like one shot off and they're in melee range. "12's a bit, but still not a big enough siege to get past the cage traps. And then, yeah, we just have to pick where the entrance ramp actually branches off. And instead, you have to go through the cavern. Fuck was that? Just a magma crab causing some trouble. Goblin snatchers. That's a lot of goblin snatchers. I mean, whatever. They're just gonna hit the cages. I don't know why you people are out here, though. Fish. Where? Up on the surface, maybe? I don't allow fishing. Can I forbid fishing? Fish only in designated zones, which is none, so that should stop him from going on his little adventure. That's right, just a little bit closer. Oops. Fella, don't. I think I see what I've done here. The newcomers weren't added. He might die, because I don't know how to stop him. I don't know how to cancel a job that I don't want them to do. The fuck? Is he throwing a tantrum? I don't know what the hell happened. Because they can't get to the crack then. Whoa! The hell happened? That should... I didn't notice a tantrum call out. What the fuck? But very seriously injured. That is terrible. What the fuck happened? The tavern's locked. Alright, well. Army's gotta go deal with this one. Everybody fucking waddled out all of a sudden and got in trouble. It's gotta pop enough to break the siege. I think he's just a friendly visitor, so don't kill him. Alright, well, that's 9 out of like 13. That should be enough to break the siege. Still very upset at what the fuck happened here. I don't know if it was a brawl or a goblin got in. I didn't notice. Well, he couldn't have gotten in because of the cage traps. That guy might be in trouble. He got in there. Wait, no, he's the Axe Lord. Never mind. He just needs to parry like one arrow. Alright, well, they got in the library, which is unfortunate. Fucking sidestepped that arrow and just charged at a crossbow guy. Where'd you learn how to shoot? Stupid school? Yeah, the town proper should be safe. It's just the people in the library in danger. You okay there, Chan? He's lost the ability to stand. He got fucked up. He might even bleed out, unfortunately. You know, it says he's lost the ability to stand, so apparently he's just dragging himself up the ramp in a murderous rampage. Where the fuck is the rest of my army? That's not going to stop him. Unfortunately, we might lose an Axe Lord here, which would suck. But my army is really bad at getting into position all at once. Oh, fucking look who finally showed up! Yeah, the Goblin Thief, maybe we caught him trying to steal something. I don't know what. But yeah, he might have got caught in one of the stockpiles stealing an artifact and just half the town proceeded to slap the fuck out of him. We don't have soap, so people are probably going to get vomit and blood in their wounds. A human poet has been found dead. Yeah, something went awry here. My fault. I could have just locked the library. But, alright, the siege has been broken. I'm not quite sure what went wrong there. I mean, we don't keep with the stuff when they die, so just dump everything on a corpse, right? I lost a couple people there. That's a real shame. I can only do so much when that happens. When someone just wanders out even though they're ordered to be in a burrow. Well, he wasn't in the burrow, and then by the time I added him, he refused to abandon his current task. I don't know how to forbid fishing outside of, like, forcing his role on him. Well, I could make a job for fishing and make sure nobody's allowed to do it. What we got here? Oh, wounds. I'm not sure if he's actually a resident. If he's not a resident, I don't need to... An elven caravan, I'm not in a rush to trade with them. File for... The siege was broken, by the way. Mostly concerned about some of my townspeople being fucking terribly wounded. Skin torn open. My medical staff is tending to them. This guy's awaiting surgery, apparently. He's lost the ability to stand and grasp. I don't know what the fuck happened in that bar fight in the kitchen. Wow. Half dozen people are probably crippled for life. Torn open, suture. Yeah, no soap. Bad time to not have soap, but... The doctors are trying to keep them alive. As long as they don't succumb to their wounds. They can just limp around the fortress, whatever. I think half my fucking fortress is handy-capable. How did a goblin snatcher get in here? He was fighting in the goddamn ballista bunker, too. Siege is over, so pause the burrow. There might be some injured people out in the library that need tending to. There's also a lot of garbage to get dumped. I mean, didn't go that badly. Fellas, what are you doing? Kill God, no, cancel order. They're just stuck in the cage. They almost went crazy, because they're trying to kill the goblin in the cage. I don't know how to kill goblins in cages. Alright, off duty, go drop your clothes off. We gained a grump on that one, I think. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while we wait for this elven caravan to set up. We might just give them some stuff, just to offload our weight and get less units off the map. Well, more units off the map, less units on the map. They won't take wood, but we can haul it there in wood. So we just bring a bin full of treasure and then empty it on the ground for them. Like, put that on your horse, get the fuck out. But yeah, I'll be back in a moment. Notice these bodies haven't been dumped. I'm a little worried about that. What do we got here? Fisher Dwarf has been found dead. He's the idiot that ran upstairs and caused all that in the first place. Id Cat. We'll just try to we'll try to be a little more proactive and that'll avoid problems in the future. You know what I want to do? I bet you it won't let me. Is I'd love to filter by everybody that's not memorialized. Yeah, it won't. Alright, I see a bunch of people down there near the tavern. I hope that they're going to dump the bodies. Also a lot of blood that needs mopping. What happened here? That's the dead fisherman. He died doing what he loved, standing next to the screw pump. Why did that go off again? Like, Id Cat is the one I'm trying to bear. I don't know why that went off again. There may be... Oh, no! Oh, the second elven caravan. That's why it made a noise, because we're friends with 2 elven civilizations now. Okay. I don't have time to trade with you. My base is a fucking mess. Blood everywhere. Maybe hauling boulders isn't a good idea, fellas. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Has he just lost the ability to stand? Is that why he's moving so slow? He's fine. He's fine. Alright. Hospital's been cleared. Nobody died. So I think I got some cripples. But we're okay. Our fort has crip and bloods. This is a huge problem, though. That is going to be a real fucking stinker. The only saving grace is I can basically close the library and these people just won't go there till the miasma sort of clears out, but that's going to take a long time. Mayor's mandated the construction of certain goods. I'm going to have so much crime when I finally enable a justice system. I have to get the most delightfully lightweight hammer. Basically, we have to wait and see if the elves bring us any featherwood, which they wouldn't. It would have to be a hammer made of wood. That's of featherwood. It's very unlikely we get that combo. Okay, let's just forbid all this shit for now, because I don't know why people are over here. Okay, I want that dumped, and I want this dumped. I'd rather not be surprised with miasma at the beginning, but I also don't want to get caught up trying to clean up this miasma tonight, so we're going to wrap up in just another minute, I think. I really just want the spring migrants. That's going to mark the end of tonight. Oh, they mopped up the blood. A little weird to do that. They have the priorities pretty backwards, but... Oh, you're just her baby. Okay. There was a bit of a brawl up in the kitchen, too. I don't see anything. I don't know what the hell happened there. I don't know if someone threw a tantrum or like if a goblin snatcher got in and things spiraled out of control or what. We have wood. Potash from ash and pearl. You know what? I don't even need to bother with these anymore. Make ash. Don't need to bother with that either. I have an ashery, though. I might consider starting to make soap. Make sure we have like a good pile of like 10 or 20 soap on reserve. Infection doesn't seem to come up a lot, at least in the forts I run, but It'd be an unfortunate thing to have lay low our fortress after coming so far. Some charcoals to make the steel. Silver statues, which we're turning around and melting down because they're not helpful. The glass discs. And there's less than 90. Okay. These guys unforbidden, so we can put them in the Goblin Museum with the others. Rapidly approaching the part of the day when things start to rot, but that's also because I told them to dump everything. So like a guy will run out, pick up one saw, and then run off to the garbage dump with it. And I think they might dump the stack in order, and unfortunately the corpse goes at the very bottom of the stack. But still, there's like 10 or 20 dwarves just dumping things. We should clear this refuse pretty quick. I don't want to trade anything with you just yet, but I think I can spare some time on the broker. He's always reading a book. Yeah, just get in there just to see what they have this month. Give them a box of gems or something to placate them. He refuses to stop reading his book, though. I'm hooked. I don't know if we ever made some better ballista parts, which might show up in stocks. Ballista parts. Only 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're still at the 4. Yeah. Strong start, now he's struggling to make more ballista parts that are legendary. Okay, we gotta reprioritize here, fellas. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but we gotta reprioritize. Arm, one of his legs, his other arm. Yeah, they were just dumping all the clothes. I mean, they went through a lot of stuff, but we still have to get the fucking bodies out of here, so. Do the clothes later. Somebody's foot. Another thing I never do is I can never spare the time to organize my fort in a way that only certain people haul bodies. It's just, I think the way I always design my town is the bodies just wind up at major intersections and scare everybody anyways. Everybody pulls their weight in Edithel. Take the good with the bad. You can get drunk in the tavern, and sometimes you need to throw a dead goblin into a magma pit. Your day can vary. Do I have another masterpiece statue I can install? So if there's some symmetry here. There is. An elf and a dwarf. It would be wonderful to get a statue of a goblin, and that could be like some symbolism for how you're allowed to come live in my fortress. I'd also love to get some other wacky races, like if we get a Serpent Man or a Snake Man to move in. But they don't really seem to have performance troops on this world. We did get through most of the goblins, so we won't have to worry about miasma, I hope. God damn it, I said go trade at the depot. He fucking opened another book when I wasn't looking. I am still going very close to the end. I really have to... I gotta, like, cook my dinner still. But we were on a roll today with that FL. That is... We got it. We got it all. So I can unforbid this shit just because they were getting distracted on corpse cleanup because of it. Okay. How ironic that they hauled all the stones out of the part that I actually want to fill with stones. So yeah, basically what we want to do is we want to make this a giant stockpile filled with boulders. And then once it is filled with boulders, we remove the stockpile designation and forbid all the boulders. That will cause them to trip over the boulders and walk slower, so the ballistas have more time to load and reload and beat the fuck out of them. And then, if they make it that far, I should probably fill this up with traps too, but this is where the real action is going to be, the solid gold murder tube. Just playing out in the forest there, Dwarven Child? No, you're dumping something. Good for you. I'm doing my part. Alright. A bit of vomit everywhere. That feels new. I don't know who's doing that. He went to sleep. God, anybody at the depot. I just need to see what they're selling this season. Farm plot was destroyed by the planter throwing a tantrum. God damn it. Okay. From Cerave. Instruments and shit. An emu. Looking for a featherwood hammer. I'm not even sure if elves fight with hammers, so they might not make any. And they don't sell logs. I guess, actually, I'm not sure if I can request logs from the mountain home, because there's a chance they might bring me featherwood, and I can use that for my justice squad. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I expected to get from these elves. A tiger. You can get weird animals from them, I guess. That's about it. Bows, long swords, cloaks, no. Yeah, this was a waste of my time. Nobody needed. It's good to have them come visit. Which fucking farm plot did you blow up? It's always this one. What is the plot helmet situation? Another thing I think DF Hack can do is we can set up DF Hack so that we only farm when we go below a certain threshold. because I think right now I'm just slowly accumulating way too fucking many plump helmets. The stocks will confirm this for us. No, it's only 200. I guess it sort of fixes itself, because if we stop brewing them, we don't get seeds, so we can't plant more. It's the pigtails that are the concern. I'm seeing less topless people, so maybe they are wearing the tunics. Oh, he's the fucking only guy in town wearing a goddamn vest. Oh my god, he's wearing some masterpiece pants that are just tattered and all fuck. That's looking good, that's looking good. This dug up. That'll be a problem for next time. We're like 5 minutes out from stopping here. Those big marble deposits I was working on, there they are. That should be plenty of marble. Galena turns into lead, so don't want to go out of way to dig that trash up. And then, because the crack den's secure, we can just punch in through here. Are you doing okay, little fella? 270-year-old goblin? He's lost the ability to stand. Bone in his left hand has been smashed apart. His feet are otherwise fine. He's just in terrible shape. Fucking tantruming farmer just suplexed this goblin into a farm plot, which made it explode. Alright, let's see what this dwarf statue was of. It's a masterfully designed image of Solon Nourishring, the dwarf. He's cooking. It relates to the masterful biscuits prepared by the dwarf for the ring of... Yeah, that's fair. He's making some delicious biscuits at the entrance of the tavern. I like it. I forget what this one was on that. Oh, this is just when he visited. So it's a dwarf making food, and an elf is excited to come in. I like it. Oop, I missed some. Hand. His hand is just stinking up the hallway. Get some of these traps prepped up before we stop. I gotta be careful not to get carried away like I always do. 290. I wish that it was an easier way to do all. Like all the things with like walls and floors, you can click all this resource. But for a weapon trap, you have to click it 10 times. I have some nice obsidian mechanisms apparently. Or actually it might just be cobalt, damn it. Damn it, that kicks you out of the whole fucking interface. I think I might have enough discs to fill all the gold floors. And then just in case we're overwhelmed, I really should put a drawbridge at the end of the ballista tunnel. I think I have enough discs. So that'll take forever to stock them all, but that trap tunnel's done. Well, this first part of the trap tunnel. I think we will want some pretty robust defenses to keep the caverns at bay. All the crundles and shit that are going to come waddling in. It'll be really juicy if that kills a giant cave spider or something, because I fucking hate fighting those guys. Pretty much can't fight cave spiders without steel. We need steel helmets. But even then, until we clear probably like 100 dwarves, I don't want to risk throwing bodies at anything that shoots webs. Because I think webs are responsible for the vast majority of this fortress's deaths. There we go. Nice little traps there, and then yeah, obviously there's still a lot more. This is the barracks, but like this. And then this bend here, we could incorporate something defensive somehow. Maybe the archers have like a little tunnel here, and we can have some posted here to pepper everybody as they walk by. That'd be interesting. Now, I do know that ballistas can go through fortifications even once they're fired, so I don't want to put a room here where they're peppering them, because that ballista could actually fly wild and go through and pierce them. So I'll put one just here, because they can shoot you as you come this way, and they can shoot you as you approach. The trap hallway. So you have to survive the ballistas, you have to survive the crossbows, you'd have to survive the saw blades, and then you're in the library, but then you'd have to survive the Great Bridge, and then you'd have to survive the cage traps. What's left here? Another hand. Well, that's not good for people's mood to retch on miasma and missed another body part. Someone grab that fun? Nope, we're all installing glass disc traps so everyone can walk through it. Nice. Now, I'm not sure why they're brewing drinks. Why are we brewing drinks? Brew drink from plant. If there's less than 300... Yeah, they should not have brewed that. Do I have a repeat work order? No, because that would have been unrelated to that announcement then that it was finished. Still no clothes being dropped off here. So we didn't solve the mystery of clothes dissolving. And that's bad, because that was one of the big mysteries I wanted solved. Okay, we're working on the marble. Three pretty solid floors of marble they're cleaving through, so... Almost time to wrap up. We're just waiting on those spring migrants. Well, hello? Little troglodyte convention outside. Troglodytes, I think, are not super dangerous, but I don't want them waddling into my base. So unfortunately... Ugly, stupid creatures. An individual may not pose a threat. They turn up in groups of 8 or so, and are more than eager to... Alright, so they can hurt civilians, but soldiers stand an incredibly good chance. And their corpses can cause considerable stress. They'll definitely, they'll certainly be giving those serrated disc traps a run. Okay, someone got that fucking hand out of there. I want everything else dumped too, just so there's no surprises. How's the livestock coming along? $15? Oh, well, more than 15. 25-ish. Can't milk dudes, but we can shear everybody. And the dogs have been giving birth, so we can have some guard dogs. Little outpost there. Now you have to be careful, because if a ranged enemy stands right next to a fortification, they can also shoot you. If you're a tile back, you have a terrible hit rate. And then we put a hatch in here so you can't get flanked if we lose that part of the fort. And then there's a hatch up here so the guys up in the tower are safe. But this watchtower actually doesn't serve a purpose. That would just be for like guard dogs. Or, I mean, people could go up there to hang out. But this is a relic of an older design of the fortress. Before we even filled it out. I still think it's handy to see out in the cavern without being in terrible danger. We're at 63, by the way, for when the migrants finally show up. A lot of dumping to be going on. One thing I look forward to about an above-ground fortress is that things can't rot in the open air, so the aftermath of sieges will be a lot more manageable when we're above ground. And then I'd prefer steel crossbow bolts because they're very likely to pierce armor, but we don't exactly have an abundance of steel. So I think we'll go with wood crossbow bolts to train, bronze crossbow bolts to fight. What are you digging that out still? Where are these fucking migrants? A human miner coffin slayer. Troglodytes fighting someone. There go the elves, but they didn't have anything I wanted, so fuck them. Now, you know what? I've never bothered to collect cheese, so I'm not sure if your cheese-making skill determines how much cheese you get or how quickly you milk them or the milk cooldown. So just by the nature of how compact this room is, I think we only want a 5-man crossbow squad. Well, they're done the fortifications for the ballista. Nobody's digging down there. That's weird. The miners might all be busy assisting with the traps. Jesus Christ, it's been 5 hours. Good day for Edithel. Bad day for my FPS, though. 20, I don't like that. If we get under 20, I'm concerned. I mean, obviously, if we get under 10, we're in terrible fucking danger, but not over the moon about under 20. I mean, it might be something like there's just parts of the fort we shouldn't look at, but that shouldn't impact the simulation, because it's going to get calculated even if I'm not looking at them. We did trim down our food a bit, but there are a few resources we probably have too many of. So, if we use this for a crossbow squad, well, half squad, a quad, if you will, they'll need a spot to train, because if you remember, I want to say one of my fortresses I did do it is there's a special way to train your crossbow dwarves so they're not specifically too wasteful. And it's really just a room with a trench in the back, so that when they miss their shot, it falls in the trench and you can reuse the arrow, because otherwise if an arrow hits a wall, it's destroyed. But if it travels down to another Z level, it survives. Where the fuck are you going? Oh, they're working on the traps, okay. Where are these goddamn migrants? It's almost the 3rd month of spring. Ah, you know what? We're just going to stop here. I can't play for like another 40 minutes while it chugs towards a migrant wave. So we're going to call it there. But migrants have returned to the fortress. That was a huge one. We also learned that we can sort of coast a little bit by inviting performance troops to perform, because after a few years they'll request permanent citizenship. And then we can make them run the fort. But what happened this time? Migrants showed up. We started our steel industry. We made the new entrance, and we laid out some the infrastructure for the ballista. So we have some siege operators now. We have to get started on a Marks Dwarf squad. Like I said, is 4 or 5 Marks Dwarves should be enough to help protect the entrance tunnel. And then I also want to reroute our entrance. I'm not sure how we'll do that, but I want to reroute the surface entrance to, oh boy, why does it say alert? A dude has been found dead. That'll be a mystery for next time. I don't like that. It's one of the mechanics. I'm a little terrified that might have been someone involved in the siege trio, because we really need those guys.
Lost my train of thought.
Oh, right. We need to make an alternate path from the surface, so when we're under attack, we can funnel the goblins through the ballista tunnel instead of making them just go right outside the tavern, because it is really easy to miscalculate and have people be running around outside their burrows during a siege. Like that fisherman. We lost like 2 or 3 people to a relatively shitty siege. And I'd rather not have my squad charge them every single time. I want to try to get used to defending on our passive trap defenses. I think next time, if we can finish the 3 ballistas, we can crack open the entrance to the cavern, and we'll start getting monster hunter guests at the tavern. And then we can let them petition us to join the city. But we're going to get real migrants eventually. The game's just running pretty slow at this point. So it's going to get harder and harder to get through a year each stream. But yeah, NFL's in great shape, so I look forward to what happens to them next time, and I will see you next time with some more Dwarf Fortress. So until then.